Hello everyone, I am Mr. Phantom, and I'm here to help you rest. But before you close your eyes for the night, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to the channel. Also, where are you from, and what time is it for you? Now, make yourself cozy and relax. I slid into the driver's seat of my car, the cool leather feeling familiar under my fingertips. There's something I've always loved about the quiet moments before a long drive, the calm before the road stretches out ahead of me, full of potential and mystery. I'm James, 38 years old, and I've always been the kind of person who enjoys planning things to the smallest detail. This trip had been in the works for months, a much-needed escape from the daily grind. The sky was still painted in shades of deep purple and orange, the sunrise just beginning to light up the horizon. I glanced at the dashboard clock, 7:30 a.m. I was ahead of schedule, which, for me, was rare. Normally, I would have found myself rushing to get everything together, but today felt different. I felt organized, in control. It was a good feeling. As I pulled out of my driveway, the world seemed to welcome me with open arms. The streets were quiet, the usual hum of the city, barely a whisper in the distance. The car's engine purred softly, and the smooth, familiar hum of the tires against the pavement seemed almost soothing. It was the perfect morning for a long drive. The car was stocked with all the essentials: snacks, water, my favorite playlist queued up, and a full tank of gas. I've always believed in being prepared. I pulled onto the highway, the vast stretch of road ahead of me offering a sense of freedom. I rolled down the windows a little, letting the fresh air flood the car. The breeze was crisp and cool, a gentle reminder of the changing seasons. I passed through the first few miles without much thought. The landscape was mostly flat at first, dotted with small farms and scattered houses. It felt peaceful, almost idyllic, the sort of drive you could get lost in if you weren't careful. The music played softly in the background, a mix of upbeat tunes that matched the rhythm of the road beneath me. For a moment, it felt as though the road could stretch on forever, leading me wherever I wanted to go. The radio station was my favorite, the voice of the DJ familiar and comforting as it came through the speakers. I didn't mind the quiet moments of silence between songs, where I could let my mind wander. The DJ's voice was easy to listen to, offering tidbits of news and a sense of connection to the outside world. Even as I drove further into the quiet, seemingly endless stretch of highway. After about an hour, I pulled off to the side of the road, deciding it was time to stop for gas. I hadn't realized how low my tank had gotten until the gauge flashed a warning. The gas station was small, nothing more than a few pumps and an old convenience store. The attendant, a middle-aged man with a worn face, greeted me as I pulled up. "Morning," the man said, offering a tired smile. "Morning," I replied, nodding as I stepped out of the car to fill up. I didn't engage much in small talk, preferring the solitude of the open road to the chatter of strangers. The attendant wasn't much of a talker either, busying himself with the pump while I stood by, waiting for the tank to fill. The low hum of the pump filled the air, mixing with the distant sounds of birds and the occasional passing car. Once the tank was full, I paid for the gas and climbed back into the car. I adjusted the mirrors, making sure everything was in place, and set my sights back on the road ahead. The sun was higher in the sky now, the orange hue turning to a bright yellow. The warmth of the day seemed to wrap around me, and for a moment I allowed myself to relax, sinking into the comfort of the journey. The road ahead seemed to stretch on without end. I passed small towns, none of them particularly memorable. Each was a blur of buildings, roads, and fields, with little to distinguish one from the other. I didn't mind. It was the solitude of the drive that I cherished, not the destinations along the way. I noticed the sky beginning to change, dark clouds rolling in from the distance. The weather had been predicted to be clear for the day, but as the clouds gathered, I couldn't help but feel a slight sense of unease. A storm was coming, and although I didn't mind driving in the rain, the idea of being caught in a downpour on unfamiliar roads didn't sit well with me. I glanced at the rearview mirror, but the road behind me was clear, nothing but the occasional car passing by. As the storm loomed closer, I decided to pull off at the next exit, figuring I could find a place to take shelter until the worst of it passed. The exit led me down a winding road, the kind of road that seemed to stretch on with no real destination in sight. I followed the signs, hoping to find a gas station or a diner where I could wait out the storm. The road became narrower, the trees lining both sides thickening, casting long shadows over the asphalt. It wasn't long before the GPS, which had been working flawlessly so far, started to glitch. The screen flickered for a moment, showing an odd route, before returning to its usual display. I didn't think much of it. The GPS was reliable, at least it usually was, and I assumed it was just a minor technical glitch. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off, as if the road ahead didn't quite match what I'd expected. The GPS recalculated the route again, showing a new path that seemed to twist and turn in directions I hadn't anticipated. I frowned, unsure of where this new road was leading me. The storm was getting closer, and the once clear skies were now overcast, dark and ominous. I wondered if I should just turn back, but the road behind me had already become unclear, swallowed by the thickening trees. I slowed down, unsure of whether to continue forward or pull over. There was nowhere to turn around, no safe place to stop. The road seemed to stretch on endlessly, curving into an unfamiliar darkness. The sound of my tires against the road grew louder, almost deafening in the quiet, and I began to wonder if I had made a wrong turn somewhere. Suddenly, a sign appeared in the distance, but it was too faded to read. As I passed it, I strained my eyes to make out the words, but it was no use. The sign had faded so much that it seemed as if it had been abandoned for years. I pressed on, hoping to see something familiar ahead, but all I could see were the dark, towering trees and the endless, winding road that seemed to go nowhere. I slowed down as I continued down this winding road, the storm closing in around me. The GPS had recalculated again, but I couldn't shake the growing sense of unease that had settled in my stomach. It wasn't just the weather. It was something about this place that felt wrong. The road seemed too isolated, the trees pressing in too tightly on either side. I glanced at the GPS once more. Nothing looked familiar anymore. The deeper I drove, the thicker the trees became, casting long shadows across the narrow road. I could hardly see the sky anymore, just dark clouds rolling in faster than I expected. A breeze picked up, rustling the leaves overhead and making the silence even more intense. The storm was almost upon me, but the only sound besides the occasional creak of the car was the constant hum of the tires on the wet road. It was unnerving. I checked the rearview mirror again, half expecting to see something creeping behind me, but the road was still clear. Yet that feeling, the one that told me I was being watched, didn't fade. It only seemed to grow with every mile I drove. At that point, I figured I'd missed the exit to whatever town was nearby. But as I glanced at the GPS, it was still pointing straight ahead, the path getting increasingly narrow. The storm clouds above had grown darker, and I could smell the faint scent of rain in the air. It was a kind of smell that felt heavy, like something was about to break loose. A few more miles passed before I saw another sign, though this one was hard to make out through the rain now starting to fall. It had been weathered over time, barely legible. All I could make out was something that looked like V, followed by an E, and then nothing more. The sign didn't seem official, just a faded, old piece of wood with rusting nails holding it up. I couldn't tell if I was supposed to turn there or just keep going. I kept driving. The road curved even more sharply now, as if leading me into the heart of nowhere. The branches from the trees reached out like fingers, their dark shadows slapping the sides of my car as I passed. The GPS recalculated again, but the path it now showed me only seemed to twist even further into the woods. I knew I should turn back, but the idea of retracing my steps through this seemingly endless stretch of road was just as unappealing as going forward. A sudden flash of lightning lit up the sky, followed by a deafening clap of thunder. I winced, my hands gripping the wheel tighter. The storm had arrived in full force. I tried to focus on the road ahead, but the torrential rain started to come down harder, and visibility was rapidly decreasing. The windshield wipers struggled to keep up, making that rhythmic, unsettling sound. I wondered if I should have just stayed at the gas station longer, maybe asked the attendant about the roads ahead. But now I was too far into this unfamiliar place, and the only option seemed to be pushing through. It wasn't like I had any other choice. As I pressed on, I noticed something strange. A soft, distant glow began to appear through the trees. It wasn't the headlights of another car. There was no sign of other vehicles around me, but the glow seemed to come from nowhere. It was a warm light, but too far off for me to determine its source. For a moment, I thought it might be a house, but the closer I got, the stranger the glow became. It flickered like the glow of a campfire, but it was too far into the woods for that to be possible. I told myself to stay calm. The light couldn't have been anything to worry about. But the longer I stared at it, the more it seemed out of place. It didn't belong in this storm-ravaged stretch of wilderness. Suddenly, the GPS blinked out again. The screen went black for a moment, then returned to life, showing a new path, one that led straight into the heart of the woods, where that strange light seemed to beckon. I cursed under my breath, frustrated by the constant glitches. I didn't trust this road anymore, didn't trust this place. I was about to pull over to check the GPS manually when the glow shifted again, this time becoming brighter, almost as if something was moving in the distance. It almost looked like a figure, though the heavy rain made it difficult to see clearly. Then the road suddenly narrowed even further. I barely fit through a sharp curve, the tires of my car skimming the edge of a deep ravine on the left. I quickly corrected the wheel, my heart racing, but the unsettling sensation of being watched didn't let up. The glow in the distance had faded now, but my nerves were shot. I didn't know what to make of it. I glanced around nervously, half expecting something to jump out from behind the trees, but there was nothing. The woods were silent once more, except for the pounding rain and the occasional rumble of thunder. I told myself I needed to stay focused on the road, that getting distracted by my own thoughts wouldn't help me get through this. Still, the eerie feeling didn't fade. The path ahead looked endless, like a tunnel of trees that might swallow me whole. I had no idea how far this strange stretch of road would lead, but I couldn't turn back now. The rain poured down in sheets, and it seemed like the world was closing in on me. The GPS flickered again, showing me a road that twisted into the woods even further. The screen seemed almost too bright now, too clear in contrast to the dark world outside. I knew I had to find some way to stop this madness, but I wasn't sure where to go. There was no turning back, no place to safely pull over. Just an endless road that led into a darkness I couldn't understand. I had no idea how much longer this road would continue, but it felt like hours had passed as I kept pushing forward, my eyes darting between the darkened road ahead and the flickering GPS. The rain was relentless, hammering down in sheets and turning the already difficult visibility into a blur of gray. The wipers struggled to keep up, moving too slowly for my comfort. The light from the car's headlights barely cut through the darkness, and the road ahead seemed to swallow it up in an almost unnatural way. The trees on either side were so thick that they almost felt like they were closing in on me. Their branches, now bent from the weight of the rain, loomed like dark, skeletal fingers. I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up, and I kept glancing nervously at the rearview mirror. There was nothing behind me, but the sensation of being followed wouldn't go away. The silence was suffocating, broken only by the sound of the tires against the wet road and the occasional rumble of thunder. A sharp turn ahead made me grip the steering wheel harder. The road had become so narrow that I wasn't sure if my car would make it through without scraping the sides. I slowed down, careful not to overcorrect, and prayed that I didn't hit a tree. As I passed through the curve, I noticed something odd up ahead. It wasn't just the glow from before, but now there were two lights, bright, unnatural, and moving. They didn't look like headlights, more like lanterns, bobbing up and down in the distance. For a moment, I thought I was seeing things, but the lights were unmistakably real, getting closer with each passing second. I slowed down even further, unsure of what I was seeing. I didn't want to get any closer, but the path ahead seemed to funnel me directly toward them. The lights grew brighter, their glow piercing through the rain-soaked woods. Suddenly, the GPS flickered again, and the path it displayed changed completely. The screen now showed a dark, almost endless road, with no discernible turns or exits. The little green arrow marking my location was still there, but it seemed so out of place, as if I had driven off the map itself. I stared at it for a few seconds, trying to make sense of what was happening. The strange lights were much closer now, and I could make out figures standing by the side of the road. They were hooded, their faces hidden in the shadows of their cloaks. A chill ran down my spine as I wondered who these people were. I didn't feel safe. I needed to get away, but I couldn't turn around now. The headlights of my car illuminated their figures as I passed, but as soon as I looked away, they seemed to disappear into the shadows of the trees. I blinked, unsure if I had imagined it, but I wasn't convinced. It was like they had simply vanished into thin air. I pressed on, my heart racing, adrenaline coursing through my veins. The road ahead stretched on endlessly, no sign of a turn or any sort of refuge in sight. My fingers tightened on the wheel as I tried to focus on the road. But the figures had left a mark on me. They weren't just in my peripheral vision, they were still with me, their ghostly presence hovering just behind me. The longer I drove, the more it felt like they were following me, staying just out of sight, watching from the trees. I looked at the GPS again, hoping for some sign of clarity. It was still showing that same strange path, winding into the distance. The road was becoming even more desolate, with no lights in sight. The storm continued to rage, but it felt like I was in a vacuum, the sound of the rain and thunder barely breaking through the thick silence. My mind raced, trying to make sense of everything. Who were those figures? Why was the GPS acting so weird? Was there some sort of connection between the strange road, the disappearing lights, and the eerie figures? The questions kept spiraling, but there was no answer. Just the endless stretch of road, and the feeling that I was getting deeper into something I couldn't escape from. I turned another corner, and for a moment I thought I saw something in the distance, another light much farther off, but this one was too bright to ignore. It flickered and danced, like a campfire caught in the wind. I tried to focus on it, hoping it was a sign of civilization, but as I neared, it quickly faded, like it had been blown out. The sense of unease grew. I glanced at the clock on the dashboard. It was 10:15 a.m. now. Time had seemed to slip away. Hours felt like minutes, and everything around me had blurred into one long stretch of endless road. The trees seemed to be closing in even more now, their branches bowing under the rain. The atmosphere was oppressive, like I was trapped in this endless tunnel. The GPS still showed the same strange route ahead, but there was no indication of where this road might lead. The storm hadn't let up, but now the wind had picked up too. It howled through the trees, pushing the branches against the side of the car. The sky above was darkening even more, as if it had been overtaken by something much larger than the storm. I pressed on, my eyes glued to the road, but my mind kept racing. I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was out there, just beyond my sight, waiting. I couldn't help but feel a sense of dread growing with each passing mile. The road ahead was becoming more treacherous, the rain falling harder than ever, and the trees seemed to press in even closer, blocking out the little light there was. The windshield wipers struggled to clear the deluge, and my grip on the steering wheel tightened as I fought to keep the car steady. The GPS still flickered sporadically, but now it seemed to be stuck on a strange, twisting path that led nowhere. The path seemed endless, looping in ways I couldn't explain. I checked the time on the dashboard, 10:45 a.m. I had been driving for what felt like hours, but it was impossible to say exactly how much time had passed. It was like I had fallen into some kind of limbo, where time and space didn't behave the way they were supposed to. I tried to shake the unease creeping up my spine, but it was hard to ignore. The rain came down in torrents, splashing against the windshield and creating a white noise that seemed to consume everything around me. The road ahead was barely visible, but I could still make out the faint outline of trees on either side, their silhouettes like dark shadows in the storm. It wasn't long before I saw something ahead. A figure stood by the side of the road, its form shrouded by the rain. I squinted, trying to make it out. It looked like a person, but there was something off about them. The figure didn't move, didn't acknowledge the car as I drove past. It just stood there, unmoving, in the middle of nowhere. I couldn't help but feel my pulse quicken. I wasn't sure what I was looking at, but something about that figure made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. It was as if the person was waiting for me, or worse, expecting me. I glanced nervously at the rearview mirror, half expecting to see them following behind me. But there was nothing, just the dark, empty road stretching on. I kept driving, the sense of being watched never leaving me. The rain showed no sign of letting up, and the sky had turned an even deeper shade of gray, the clouds hanging low and heavy. I could feel the storm in the air, like it was bearing down on me with an intensity one couldn't explain. Suddenly, the GPS flickered again, the screen going blank for a split second before it returned to its twisted route. I could feel my heart rate spike as I looked at it, trying to make sense of the path. The road ahead seemed to twist and turn in ways that made no sense. It wasn't a straight line anymore, but a chaotic mess of random directions. The GPS had completely lost its bearings. I had to pull over. I couldn't keep driving like this, not without a sense of direction, not without knowing where I was headed. I found a small clearing on the side of the road, a place where I could safely stop, and I parked the car. The engine hummed softly as I put it in park, but it felt too quiet, too still. I grabbed my phone and checked for a signal, but there was nothing. No bars, no Wi-Fi, just an empty screen. Panic started to claw at me, and for the first time, I felt truly isolated. No GPS, no phone signal, no sign of civilization. Just me, the road, and the endless storm. I felt like I was disappearing into this place, slipping further and further away from anything familiar. I took a deep breath and leaned back in my seat, trying to calm myself. This wasn't like me. I was always in control, always had a plan, but now I felt completely adrift. My thoughts kept circling back to that figure I'd seen standing by the side of the road. Who were they? What were they doing out here in the middle of nowhere, in this storm? I looked out the window, hoping to spot something, anything that would help me make sense of this situation. But all I saw were more trees, the dark canopy of branches reaching out like twisted arms. The rain pounded relentlessly against the roof of the car, the only sound in this otherwise suffocating silence. My mind started to wander, jumping from one thought to the next. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was coming for me, that the road ahead was leading me somewhere I wasn't meant to go. But where else could I go? There was no turning back. The path had already closed behind me. I glanced at the dashboard clock, 11:05 a.m. It felt like I had been here for an eternity, though I knew it had only been a few minutes. Time had become irrelevant in this place, as though it were stretched and warped by the storm itself. I started the car again, the engine rumbling to life, and pulled back onto the road. I had to keep moving. Even if I didn't know where I was going, I couldn't stay here. The feeling of being followed hadn't subsided, but it had become more insistent, more palpable. I couldn't shake the image of that figure, standing motionless in the storm, watching me. As I drove forward, the road seemed to get narrower, and the trees grew denser. The air felt thicker too, like I was driving through something that wasn't quite real. The storm raged on, but there was an eerie calmness to it, as if it were waiting for something. For me, the GPS flickered again, and this time I couldn't ignore it. The screen showed a new path, a twisted road that seemed to lead deeper into the forest. It wasn't a normal road anymore. The path seemed to spiral, getting smaller and smaller, like it was drawing me in. I couldn't help but feel that the GPS wasn't just giving me directions. It was directing me toward something. I looked up from the screen, and the road ahead was dark, the trees almost completely blocking out the light. I had no choice but to keep moving forward. My hands gripped the steering wheel harder, the tension building with every twist and turn. Something was waiting for me. I just didn't know what. The car felt like an island of solitude in a sea of uncertainty. The silence inside the cabin was unbearable. I couldn't shake the feeling that the road, this strange detour, was leading me further away from reality. Every turn felt more disorienting, and with every passing minute, I began to wonder if I would ever make it out of here. As I continued, the trees seemed to thin out, offering brief glimpses of open fields. It was a relief to see something other than endless darkness and looming trees. But the open spaces didn't bring me any comfort. If anything, they made me more uneasy. I felt exposed, like a prey animal in an open field, waiting for something to pounce. I checked my rearview mirror once more, expecting to see nothing but the empty stretch of road behind me. But there was something there, something dark moving in the distance. I blinked, rubbing my eyes, convinced I was just seeing things. But when I looked again, the shape was still there. It was difficult to make out, but it seemed like a car, another driver. The thought of another person on this forsaken road was strangely reassuring, but at the same time, it felt wrong. The car was too far away to make out any real details, but I could tell it wasn't moving in a normal pattern. It was jerking, swerving from side to side, as if the driver were struggling to keep control. I debated whether or not to pull over, but before I could make up my mind, the figure disappeared behind a bend in the road, swallowed by the trees. For a moment, I wasn't sure if I had imagined it. Was I just hoping for some sign of life? Was I so starved for human connection that I had hallucinated a car? The road seemed to stretch out further and further, with no end in sight. My eyes kept darting to the fuel gauge, which was rapidly approaching empty. I hadn't planned on being out here for this long. The storm was still on its way, the dark clouds thickening above me. The temperature inside the car had dropped noticeably, and I could see my breath fogging up the windshield. I knew I needed to find a place to refuel, but there was nothing around. I was starting to feel like I had driven into some kind of forgotten wasteland, a place where time didn't exist. The GPS, which had once been my guide, was now completely useless. I had no idea where I was or where I was headed, and that feeling of being lost was starting to gnaw at me. Just as I was starting to feel the weight of panic creeping in, I saw it, a light in the distance. At first, I thought it was another trick of the mind, some distant illusion, But as I got closer, the light grew stronger, more defined. It was coming from a building, small but brightly lit, standing in the middle of the field. Hope surged within me as I approached. The building looked like a small gas station, maybe a diner or a truck stop. It was the kind of place you would expect to find off a highway, a humble rest stop for travelers who needed a break. The sight of it was a relief, but something about the way it stood there, isolated and alone in the vast emptiness, made me uneasy. I pulled into the gravel parking lot and parked near the front door. The building looked old, weathered by years of neglect. There were no cars parked outside, no sign of life. The windows were dark, and the door was slightly ajar, swinging in the breeze as if inviting me inside, or perhaps warning me to stay away. I sat in the car for a moment, unsure of what to do. My fuel was low, and I didn't have any other options. I needed gas, and I needed to ask for directions. But the unease that had settled in my stomach kept me frozen. What if the place was abandoned? What if there was something wrong with it, something off about the people who ran it? I took a deep breath and pushed the door open. The cold air hit me immediately, sharper than I expected, and I pulled my jacket tighter around myself. I walked toward the building, my footsteps crunching on the gravel with each step. As I reached the door, I hesitated. The handle was cold, but it turned easily in my hand. I pushed the door open and stepped inside. The interior was dimly lit, with only a few flickering lights overhead. The air smelled musty, as if the building hadn't been properly aired out in years. The walls were lined with old posters and advertisements, faded from age, and the floor was scuffed and worn. There was no one behind the counter, no sign of life at all. I called out, my voice echoing in the silence. "Hello? Is anyone here?" No response. I stepped further inside, my footsteps louder now in the empty space. The only sounds were the creaks of the floorboards beneath me and the occasional rustle of wind outside. I walked past the counter, peeking behind it to see if anyone was in the back, but there was no one. My eyes scanned the room, searching for anything that might give me a clue as to what was going on here. There was a strange atmosphere, almost like the place had been abandoned for much longer than I had thought. That's when I saw it. The gas pump outside, still running, the nozzle left hanging. The pump was dispensing fuel, but there was no one around to operate it. Something about it felt off. My mind raced. Could someone else have been here recently? Were they the ones I had seen on the road earlier? I stepped back toward the door, suddenly feeling an overwhelming urge to leave. The light from the pump outside flickered, casting strange shadows inside the building. I had to get out of here. I quickly turned, almost stumbling over my feet, and rushed back to the car. As I got in and started the engine, I glanced in the rearview mirror. The building loomed behind me, its lights flickering like some distant memory. And for the first time since I had started this journey, I felt a cold, deep sense of dread settle into my bones. I had come looking for answers, but all I had found was more confusion. What was this place? Why was it here? And why did it feel like I had just stepped into the past? I drove away, the gravel crunching under my tires as I sped off into the unknown. I was driving faster now, eager to put some distance between myself and that strange, desolate building. The road seemed to stretch endlessly before me, and I couldn't shake the image of the flickering lights from the gas station. The cold, eerie atmosphere still hung over me, and the unease I felt from that place clung to me like a second skin. The storm was approaching, the sky darkening with each passing minute. The wind had picked up, and I could hear it howling as it whipped through the trees, the sound of branches creaking under the pressure. I glanced at the GPS again, hoping for some reassurance, but all I saw was a spinning circle. The signal had dropped completely. It wasn't just the storm or the malfunctioning GPS that made me feel off kilter. There was something else. a strange sensation that I was being watched. It started as a faint feeling, like someone's eyes were on the back of my neck, but soon it became more pronounced. I kept glancing in the rearview mirror, expecting to see something, a car, a figure, anything. But the road behind me remained empty. I reached for the radio, desperate for any kind of distraction from the creeping sense of dread that was settling in. The static crackled as I tuned through the stations, but nothing came through except white noise. The silence was deafening, and it only seemed to heighten the feeling of being alone on this never-ending road. I tried to focus on the road ahead, the asphalt stretching out beneath me like a ribbon of darkness. The headlights barely illuminated the path in front of me, and I had to squint to make out the outlines of the trees lining the sides of the road. The air was thick with the smell of rain, and I could almost taste the coming storm on the tip of my tongue. Suddenly, something caught my eye. At first, I thought it was just a trick of the light, but when I looked again, I saw it clearly. A shadow moving between the trees, just off the road. It was tall, too tall to be a person, and it moved with an unnatural fluidity, almost as if it was gliding instead of walking. My heart skipped a beat. I slowed the car, squinting into the darkness, but whatever it was gone, vanishing as quickly as it had appeared. I was left staring into the dense forest, my breath catching in my throat. "Get a grip, James," I muttered under my breath, trying to calm myself. But deep down, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was out there, something watching me, waiting. I drove on, my grip tightening on the steering wheel. The trees seemed to close in around me, their branches reaching out like gnarled fingers, casting long, twisted shadows across the road. The wind howled louder now, and the first drops of rain began to fall, tapping against the windshield in a steady rhythm. The temperature dropped even further, and I shivered, despite the heater running at full blast. It wasn't just the cold, it was the overwhelming sense of isolation. I was deep in the middle of nowhere, with no idea where I was or how much farther I had to go. I tried to remind myself that it was just the storm playing tricks on my mind, but that shadow, that movement between the trees, wouldn't leave my thoughts. Every now and then, I'd glance into the rearview mirror, half expecting to see something following me, but there was nothing. The road behind me remained as empty as it had been before. The shadow had been real, though, hadn't it? I wasn't imagining it. I couldn't have been. I was wide awake, fully alert, but it felt as though my mind was playing games with me. Maybe the stress, the storm, and the bizarre detour had all started to take a toll on my sanity. I tried to focus on the road again, to push away the creeping thoughts that had taken root in my mind. But then I saw something else. A figure standing at the edge of the road, just outside the beam of my headlights. It was tall, like the shadow I had seen earlier, but this time it was solid, defined. A person? A man? I couldn't tell, but he was standing motionless, staring directly at the car. I slammed on the brakes, the tires screeching as I came to a halt just a few feet from him. My heart raced in my chest as I stared at the figure in disbelief. He was dressed in dark clothing, his face obscured by the shadows, and his posture was unnervingly still. I didn't know what to do. Should I get out of the car? Should I drive away? My mind raced with possibilities, but no answer seemed right. My instincts screamed at me to drive, to get out of there as fast as I could. But for some reason, I couldn't tear my eyes away from the figure. It was as if time had frozen. The figure didn't move, didn't even blink. He just stood there, staring. I couldn't see his face, but I could feel his eyes on me, heavy and unblinking, like they were burning into my soul. A shiver ran down my spine, and before I could stop myself, I shifted the car into reverse. I threw the car into drive and sped away, my heart pounding in my ears. I glanced back in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see the figure chasing me, but there was nothing. just the empty road and the darkening storm. I didn't slow down until the figure was long gone from my sight, but that lingering feeling of being watched, of something sinister out there, remained. I couldn't shake it, no matter how hard I tried. The road ahead was still empty, the trees pressing in from both sides, but I knew I couldn't stay here much longer. There was something out there, something that didn't want me to leave this road. I pushed the accelerator down, my knuckles white on the steering wheel, and drove faster, desperate to find a way out. The rain had picked up in intensity, the steady patter against the windshield, now a full-on downpour. The world outside the car had become a blur of gray, with only the headlights cutting through the rain to reveal the dark road ahead. I couldn't remember the last time I'd been this far out, lost in the middle of nowhere. My fingers gripped the steering wheel tighter, my knuckles aching with the strain. The storm seemed to be in no hurry to let up, and I found myself looking for any sign of civilization. The road ahead was empty, winding and narrow, the trees on either side casting long shadows that danced in the rain. I thought back to the strange figure I'd seen on the roadside, the one that had stared at me without moving. It felt like a bad omen, and I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. The GPS was still on the fritz. The map on the screen had become an incomprehensible mess, showing roads that didn't exist or turning into nothing more than lines crisscrossing in random directions. I tried to reset it again, but the screen flickered and went black for a moment before coming back to life, showing the same meaningless route. I sighed in frustration, wishing for any sort of help, any direction that might make sense. My eyes were starting to play tricks on me. At least, that's what I tried to tell myself. The corner of my vision would catch something moving in the trees, a shadow shifting between the trunks. But when I looked directly at it, there was nothing there. My heart pounded a little faster each time, the unease growing stronger, like I was being followed, hunted, by something I couldn't see. I didn't want to stop, but there wasn't much choice. The road had become so narrow that it barely fit the width of my car, the trees pressing in on all sides. I saw a turn ahead, the road narrowing even more as it seemed to dead end against a steep hill. It didn't look right. There should have been a continuation of the road or some sign of an exit, but this was just nothing. I pulled up to the end, the tires crunching on gravel, and stopped the car in front of a large wooden gate. The gate was weathered, old, and looked as though it hadn't been touched in years. The wood was cracked and chipped, with vines creeping up along the posts. Beyond it, I could see nothing but more dense forest, the dark shadows of the trees looming ominously. A sense of dread settled over me. I was trapped. I put the car in park and glanced around, trying to make sense of the situation. The storm raged harder now, the wind howling as it tore through the trees. The road behind me was no longer visible in the heavy downpour, and the path forward seemed to lead only to a dead end. I was completely alone. I debated for a moment whether to turn around and try to find my way back, but that seemed pointless. The storm was too strong, and I had no idea where I was anymore. Besides, the strange feeling that had been gnawing at me since I'd first seen that figure on the side of the road had intensified. Something wasn't right here. I could feel it in my gut. I shifted the car into reverse, preparing to back out of the dead end and search for another way. But just as I did, I noticed something that froze me in place. The gate, while weathered, wasn't locked. It wasn't even closed. There was a small gap between the two halves of the gate, just wide enough for my car to fit through. I sat there, my hand hovering over the gear shift, my breath caught in my throat. This was too weird. The road leading up to the gate was secluded, abandoned almost, and yet this path ahead seemed to be inviting me into the unknown. I couldn't explain why, but something about it felt wrong. I had no reason to open that gate, but I did it anyway. I shoved the gear shift back into drive, creeping forward slowly. The tires crunched against the gravel as I pushed through the gap in the gate, the sound unnervingly loud in the silence of the storm. The trees closed in around me as I entered a narrow trail, the branches scratching against the sides of the car like claws. The road ahead twisted and turned, barely visible through the downpour. My eyes darted between the road and the trees, searching for any sign of what lay ahead. But all I could see was the dense darkness that seemed to surround me, suffocating and oppressive. I felt like I was being pulled deeper into the forest, as though the trees themselves were closing in to trap me. I glanced down at the dashboard, checking the time. I had been on the road for hours, and I was nowhere near my destination. There was no telling how much farther this strange path would take me. But I wasn't about to turn back now. I pressed the gas pedal, the car lurching forward, the tires slipping slightly on the wet ground. The road ahead was nearly impassable, and I had to slow down to avoid running into the trees. The storm had completely engulfed the area now, the rain pouring in sheets, the wind shrieking through the branches. I was completely alone. As the car crept forward, I saw something in the distance, a faint light shining through the trees. At first, I thought it was another vehicle, but as I got closer, I realized that it wasn't a car. It was a house, an old, dilapidated house that seemed to be swallowed by the forest. Its windows were dark, but I could make out the faint outline of the structure through the mist. There was no road leading to it, no clear path. The house just sat there in the middle of nowhere, its dark presence almost impossible to ignore. My heart skipped a beat. What was it doing out here? Why was it here, in the middle of this empty, desolate forest? I couldn't explain it, but the house seemed to call to me. I slowed down as I got closer, my mind racing with questions. Should I stop? Should I explore? But something told me that if I did, I might never get out of here. I pushed the gas pedal a little harder, leaving the house behind as I continued down the winding road, the storm still raging outside. The unsettling feeling grew stronger the farther I drove, and I realized, with a cold chill in my chest, that I wasn't alone on this road. And whatever it was getting closer. The car's headlights cut through the rain like a knife, the road ahead becoming more and more of a mystery. The sound of the tires splashing through the puddles was constant, but the eerie silence surrounding me felt almost suffocating. I had thought the worst was over when I passed that creepy house, but the unease I felt in my gut only deepened. The further I drove, the more I was convinced I wasn't just lost. I was being led somewhere. I checked the GPS again, only to see the screen glitch once more. The map was a jumbled mess, and the route seemed to twist in impossible directions. I tried to reset it, but the screen just flashed and flickered like some malfunctioning device, the path it showed now completely foreign. I sighed in frustration, feeling a sense of helplessness creeping in. The more I looked at the screen, the more I felt like something was watching me. It wasn't a rational thought, just an instinct, a gut feeling, but I couldn't shake it. The trees around me, once towering and looming, now seemed to close in on the car, their branches twisting and turning, like skeletal hands reaching for the vehicle. I couldn't help but glance into the shadows, half expecting to see something, or someone, lurking in the dark. I knew it was just the storm playing tricks on my mind, but the sensation of being observed wouldn't go away. I glanced in the rearview mirror, and for a moment, my heart skipped a beat. Was that movement behind me? It was just a flash, a shadow flitting between the trees, but it was enough to make my pulse race. I quickly looked back at the road ahead, but the image of something, or someone, following me was burned into my mind. I wasn't alone out here. That much was clear. I tried to focus on the road, telling myself it was just my imagination running wild. But every time I looked into the darkness, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was out there, watching me. It wasn't just in the trees, either. The headlights illuminated strange shapes in the mist, figures that seemed to shift and change as the car passed by. At first, I thought it was the rain distorting my vision, but as the shapes grew more distinct, I realized they were figures, human shapes, but too blurry and indistinct to make out clearly. It felt like someone was following me, just out of sight, but always there. I tried to ignore it, telling myself that I was just overtired from the drive. I'd been on the road for hours, after all, and it was easy to let my mind play tricks on me. But no matter how hard I tried to shake the feeling, it persisted. The feeling of eyes on me, watching from the darkness, was so strong that I could almost hear the breath of whoever, or whatever, was behind me. The road ahead seemed to stretch on forever, winding and narrowing with each passing minute. The rain showed no signs of letting up, and the constant hiss of the wipers against the windshield did nothing to calm my nerves. I felt like I was driving deeper into some kind of trap, a maze with no clear way out. I passed more trees, their branches now scraping against the side of the car, and as I rounded another curve, I saw something up ahead, lights faint and distant. I didn't know what to expect, but I couldn't help but feel a sense of relief at the sight. Maybe it was another house, maybe a town, some kind of sign of life. Anything to break the oppressive isolation of the forest. As I got closer, the lights became clearer, but they weren't from a house. They were coming from a set of old, rusted street lamps, their flickering light casting long, eerie shadows across the road. The road itself had changed, now made of cracked and uneven pavement, as though it hadn't been repaired in years. The lamps were spaced too far apart, their light barely enough to see by. I slowed down as I approached the lights, the strange sense of being watched growing stronger. The trees had thinned out here, but the shadows seemed to gather in the gaps, as if something, or someone, was waiting just outside the reach of the light. I hesitated, my foot hovering over the brake. Should I stop? Should I keep going? It was hard to say what made me keep going. Maybe it was the instinct to keep moving, to get out of this place as quickly as possible. Or maybe it was the strange pull that had been guiding me forward all along. But something about the lights felt wrong. I could almost hear whispers on the edge of my hearing, too faint to make out, but loud enough to make my skin crawl. The street lamps began to flicker in and out, casting intermittent shadows across the road. As I drove through the area, I felt the unmistakable sensation of something, or someone close by, just beyond my peripheral vision. I could almost hear the breath again, but when I turned my head, there was nothing. I had to keep going. There was no turning back now. As I continued down the road, the lights behind me slowly disappeared, swallowed by the growing darkness. The storm had begun to lessen, but the unease I felt hadn't. If anything, it had grown stronger, like something was moving in the shadows, just out of reach, always watching, waiting for the right moment. I had no idea where I was headed, and frankly, I wasn't sure I wanted to find out. But the road kept twisting ahead, and there was nothing else I could do but follow it. The sensation of being followed, of being observed, never left me. I was never truly alone, and the longer I stayed on this road, the more I felt like I was walking straight into the heart of whatever it was that had been following me. The road stretched out before me, winding deeper into the heart of the unknown. I tried to focus on the path ahead, but the feeling of being watched only intensified as I drove. The headlights cut through the mist, illuminating the twisting road ahead, but no matter how far I went, it felt like the darkness was always right behind me, just a few steps away. I glanced at the GPS again, desperate for some sort of direction, but the screen only displayed a jumbled mess of roads, none of them familiar. The map flickered like a faulty television, showing me routes that seemed to go nowhere. I knew I should be concerned. This kind of malfunction wasn't normal. But a part of me couldn't help but feel that the GPS was just one more tool in a growing list of things that weren't making sense. The trees that lined the road seemed to close in around me more with each passing mile. The shadows from their branches stretched long across the road, reaching out like skeletal hands, and I couldn't shake the feeling that something was just beyond them, waiting. I tried to convince myself it was just the rain playing tricks on my mind, but the longer I drove, the more I felt like the road itself was conspiring against me. Every now and then, I would catch a glimpse of something moving between the trees, just out of sight. At first, I thought it was just the rain distorting my vision, but the shapes were too deliberate, too coordinated. It was almost as if they were following me, staying just out of the reach of my headlights, hiding in the shadows. Every time I turned to look, there was nothing, just the empty, rain-soaked landscape. I felt a chill run down my spine. Something wasn't right here. I checked the rearview mirror again, half expecting to see something lurking behind me, but all I saw was the empty road. Still, the sensation of being pursued lingered. I couldn't shake the feeling that someone or something was trailing me, hidden just out of sight, its presence palpable. The rain was still coming down hard, the wipers working overtime to keep the windshield clear, but the harder it rained, the more the world outside seemed to blur. I could barely make out the road ahead, just a smear of dark asphalt stretching into the blackness. The trees were barely visible now, just dark, looming shapes that seemed to watch my every move. I slowed down, my grip tightening on the steering wheel. The eerie silence was deafening, broken only by the sound of the tires splashing through the rain. I couldn't help but feel that this road had become a maze, one that was slowly tightening around me with no escape. I glanced down at the dashboard, checking the time, 8:45 a.m. It had been over an hour since I had last stopped for gas, and the fuel gauge was now dipping dangerously low. I had to find a station soon. I couldn't afford to keep driving on empty for much longer. As if on cue, a small sign appeared through the mist. It was weathered, the paint chipped and fading, but it was a sign all the same. Velkshire, it read in faded white letters, and for a moment I thought I might have stumbled upon some kind of town. The idea of seeing another person, getting some kind of confirmation that I wasn't completely alone in this nightmare, felt like a relief. I took the turn, hoping that Velkshire would offer the respite I so desperately needed. But as I turned onto the road leading into the town, something fell off. The atmosphere shifted, the air growing thicker, the rain beginning to fall harder. The roads here were even more worn, the pavement cracked and uneven. The streetlights flickered intermittently, casting a cold, unnatural glow on the deserted streets. I slowed to a crawl as I passed through the town's main street. There was no one in sight, no signs of life at all. The buildings loomed on either side, dark windows staring back at me like empty eyes. It was as though the town was abandoned, but somehow I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. Every time I glanced into one of the darkened windows, I thought I saw movement, a flicker of something just out of reach of the light. I couldn't help but wonder what had happened here. Why was this place so eerily quiet, so lifeless? I pressed on, hoping to find some kind of service station or at least a sign that I wasn't completely lost. But the longer I drove, the more I felt like I was going in circles. Every street seemed to lead to another dead end, every turn taking me further into the heart of Velkshire's silent, watching streets. I finally pulled into a small, run-down gas station on the edge of town. The station was old, the pumps rusted, and the sign flickering above the canopy, but it would have to do. I stepped out of the car, the cold rain immediately soaking me through. As I walked up to the pump, I noticed something strange. There was no one here, no attendant in sight. The station seemed deserted, but I felt an odd compulsion to fill up anyway. I inserted the nozzle into the tank, the sound of the gas flowing into the car, filling the air. I looked around again, half expecting someone to appear from the shadows, but the station remained eerily quiet. As the tank filled, I heard something distant but distinct. It was a soft whisper, too faint to make out the words, but there was no mistaking it. It was a voice, and it was coming from somewhere nearby. I froze, my heart pounding in my chest. The whispering seemed to surround me, echoing through the rain-soaked night. I turned toward the source of the sound, but there was nothing. The gas station was still empty, the silence oppressive. The whispering grew louder, but this time it felt like it was coming from behind me, just outside my peripheral vision. I quickly turned around, my breath catching in my throat, but there was still nothing. Only the endless, empty streets of Berkshire stretching out before me. I finished filling up the tank as quickly as I could, my hands shaking, and got back into the car. The rain was coming down harder now, and the streets of Berkshire seemed darker, more oppressive. The whispering was still there, faint but constant, following me like a shadow. I didn't know what to make of it, but one thing was certain: I had to leave. Fast. I slammed the door shut, my heart still racing from the whispers that seemed to follow me through the storm. The moment the engine roared to life, I felt a strange sense of relief, as though the safety of my car could somehow protect me from whatever was out there. But even as I pulled away from the gas station, the feeling of being watched intensified. It was as if the very air was thick with tension, pressing against the windows, urging me to hurry. I glanced down at the GPS once again, hoping for some sense of direction, but the screen was flickering again, distorting the map like it was being smeared. I tried to focus on the road ahead, the headlights cutting through the rain, but the twisted path seemed endless, stretching farther than I could see. It was as though the road itself was alive, shifting and changing with every mile, never staying the same. The fog that had rolled in was now thick and suffocating. It clung to the car like a damp blanket, obscuring my vision and making it even harder to navigate. The trees that once lined the road were now just shadowy silhouettes, their branches swaying in the wind like they were trying to reach for me. I tried to tell myself it was just the storm, but something about the way the branches moved, almost like they were alive, sent a shiver down my spine. I glanced at the GPS again, hoping it would show me a way out of this mess, but all I saw was more confusion. The map flickered, showing roads that didn't exist, routes that twisted into dead ends, and paths that seemed to loop back on themselves. I hit the steering wheel in frustration, knowing I was getting deeper into something I couldn't explain. Every turn I took felt wrong, as though I was being led down a path I had no control over. The road ahead curved in unnatural ways, leading me further into the fog. It wasn't just that the directions were wrong. It was as if the road itself was deliberately shifting, bending to some unseen force. I tried to focus on the signs that appeared through the mist, hoping they would guide me, but they were all either faded or completely illegible. The words blurred into a confusing jumble, nothing that made sense or seemed real. It was as though I had entered some sort of limbo, a place where nothing made sense, where the rules of the world didn't apply anymore. As the fog thickened, I began to notice strange shapes moving between the trees, figures that appeared and disappeared in the blink of an eye. They were quick, barely there for a moment, but the way they moved felt deliberate, almost like they were watching me, waiting for me to make a mistake. My grip on the steering wheel tightened, but no matter how fast I drove, they seemed to stay just out of reach, hidden in the mist. I couldn't ignore the growing sense of dread that clung to me like a heavy fog. It was becoming harder to distinguish between reality and something else. The fog, the whispers, the shifting road, it all felt too surreal, too unnatural to be just a coincidence. It was as if the entire world around me had turned into a maze, one that kept changing, shifting as I moved through it. I could feel the sweat on the back of my neck, the air in the car growing thick and heavy. I wasn't just lost. I was being led somewhere I didn't want to go. I could sense it, like a shadow moving just behind me, following me through every turn, every road. I couldn't see it, but I could feel it in my bones. It was close. The further I drove, the more I began to question everything. My mind was racing, trying to make sense of the situation, but nothing added up. I had been on the road for hours, and the farther I went, the less familiar everything seemed. It was as if I was driving through a place that didn't exist. Berkshire didn't feel like a real town anymore. It felt like a dream, like a place stuck between worlds, caught in a loop. I looked at the dashboard clock, 9:30 a.m. How had so much time passed without my noticing? I had started this journey with a clear plan, but now it felt as though I was trapped in some sort of nightmare, one where I couldn't escape no matter how hard I tried. The fog seemed to close in even further, until I could barely see the front of the car. The road ahead was just a blur, a smudge of darkness that seemed to stretch into infinity. I was losing track of time, losing track of reality. The only thing I could focus on was the unsettling feeling that something was very, very wrong. I turned another corner, hoping to find some sign of civilization, something to ground me in reality. But there was nothing. The road continued to twist, the trees closing in like a cage. The whispering started again, barely audible over the sound of the rain, but this time it felt different. It was as if the voice was trying to speak directly to me, urging me to follow, to keep going. The urge to stop, to pull over, and just get out of this place was overwhelming, but something kept me moving forward. Maybe it was fear, maybe it was hope. Hope that if I just kept driving, if I just kept moving, I would eventually find a way out. But deep down, I knew I was running out of options. The road was closing in on me, and it felt like there was no escape. I glanced at the rearview mirror again, half expecting to see something or someone lurking behind me. But the road was empty, as it had been for hours. Yet, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being followed, that there was something out there in the fog, something that knew exactly where I was going and wasn't going to let me leave. The mist thickened, and I could barely make out the road ahead. The only thing I could see was the occasional flash of white from a sign up ahead. More signs I couldn't read. The GPS continued to flicker, its screen showing random, nonsensical directions. I had no idea where I was anymore. All I knew was that I had to keep moving. Suddenly, I saw something up ahead, a figure standing in the middle of the road. It was tall, cloaked in shadow, and I couldn't tell if it was a person or something else entirely. My heart pounded in my chest as I slammed on the brakes, the car screeching as it slid toward the figure. The figure didn't move. It just stood there, staring at me. And then, in an instant, it was gone. I slammed the brakes hard, the tires screeching as the car skidded across the slick, wet road. My hands gripped the steering wheel so tightly my knuckles turned white. The figure, whatever it was, had been there, standing in the middle of the road like a ghostly sentinel. But now it was gone, vanished into the fog as though it had never existed at all. I sat there for a few seconds, my breath shallow and quick, staring into the dense mist ahead. Nothing. No trace of the figure, no movement, just the endless, dark road stretching out before me. The fog was thick, almost like a wall, making it impossible to see what lay beyond. But something deep inside told me that the figure had been real, too real to just be a trick of the light or a figment of my imagination. My heart was still racing, adrenaline pumping through my veins as I tried to steady my breath. What was that? Who was that? I couldn't help but feel a chill creep up my spine as I remembered the way the figure had stood there, unmoving, watching me, before vanishing without a trace. It had felt like I was being watched, as if something or someone was waiting for me to make a wrong move. I glanced down at the GPS again, hoping for some sign, some direction that might lead me out of this strange, twisting path I had found myself on. But the screen was still flickering, now showing only a jumble of directions that didn't make any sense. It was as though the GPS had lost all its bearings, as though the road itself was somehow disrupting its signal. With a deep breath, I pressed the gas pedal again, my eyes scanning the road ahead. The car lurched forward, slowly at first, my hands shaking slightly as I gripped the wheel. The unease in my chest grew with each passing second. Every moment felt more surreal than the last. The road ahead was still unclear, the fog swirling in the air like it had a mind of its own. And yet, I had to keep moving. I couldn't let myself get stuck in this fog, stuck in this place that didn't make any sense. But as I drove forward, my mind kept replaying the image of the figure, standing there in the middle of the road. It had felt so real, so solid, like it was waiting for me. I shook my head, trying to push the thought away. There had to be a logical explanation. Maybe someone had been walking down the road. Maybe it was just the shadows playing tricks on me. But deep down, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was terribly wrong. The car seemed to pick up speed, but it didn't feel like I was getting anywhere. The road ahead remained the same, dark, empty, and unchanging. I passed a few more faded signs that I couldn't read, each one blurring by in the fog as I sped past. There were no lights ahead, no signs of civilization, just the winding path of road that stretched on and on. The radio had gone silent, the static filling the car like an eerie reminder of how isolated I had become. I reached out and turned the dial, trying to find something, anything, that could offer some comfort. The music, once lively and familiar, had stopped playing completely. Instead, I was met with a low static hum, almost as if the airwaves themselves were disturbed, as though the world around me was unraveling. I glanced at the dashboard clock, 10 a.m. Had I really been driving for that long? The morning had slipped away, the hours stretching on endlessly in this strange, foggy world. It felt like I was caught in some twisted time loop, where nothing made sense, and the passage of time had no meaning. I couldn't help but wonder if I was losing my mind. What if I was just imagining all of this? What if the fog, the strange figure, the malfunctioning GPS, what if it was all just in my head? But even as the thought crossed my mind, I knew it wasn't true. The figure had been real. The fog was real. The strange, twisting road was real. And something about it all felt like it was drawing me in, pulling me deeper into something I didn't understand. The air in the car felt heavy, thick with tension. My grip on the wheel tightened as I glanced at the road ahead. The fog had begun to thin a little, and I could make out a few shapes in the distance. They looked like houses, or at least they resembled houses in the way they were spaced apart, standing like silent sentinels in the mist. The sight of them made my heart race, a spark of hope flaring in my chest. Maybe I was finally getting close to something familiar, something real. But as I got closer, I realized that the houses didn't look right. They were distorted, their outlines warped and stretched, as though the fog itself was distorting them. The windows were dark, the doors locked, as if no one had lived in them for years. The trees around them were twisted and gnarled, their branches stretching out like fingers, reaching for the houses, or for me. I slammed on the brakes, my tires screeching against the wet road as I skidded to a stop just before the first house. The fog had closed in again, thicker now, almost suffocating. I could feel my pulse pounding in my ears as I stared at the house in front of me. The more I looked, the more I realized that there was something deeply wrong about it. The house seemed abandoned, forgotten. But it wasn't just the house. It was the entire scene, the way the trees loomed over it, the way the road curved unnaturally in front of it. I shook my head, trying to snap myself out of whatever trance I was in. I had to keep moving. I couldn't stop here. But as I started to drive away, I couldn't help but feel the cold weight of eyes watching me from the darkness. The fog closing in once more, hiding whatever secrets the road and the town held. The figure, the distorted houses, the endless fog. It was all part of something bigger, something I couldn't see yet, but I could feel it all around me. The road was leading me somewhere I didn't want to go, and no matter how fast I drove, no matter how many turns I took, I couldn't escape it. Something was waiting for me at the end of this twisted path, and I wasn't sure I was ready to face it. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being drawn deeper into something I didn't understand. Each mile that passed seemed to stretch time itself, leaving me with a sense of dread hanging in the air like a heavy cloud. The road ahead was still shrouded in fog, making it difficult to see what lay beyond. It felt like I was caught in some sort of dream, where everything was familiar yet distorted, as though reality itself was bending and warping around me. I glanced at the GPS again. It was still malfunctioning, the screen flickering intermittently, as if the very map of the road was fading in and out of existence. I had been driving for hours now, but the landscape never seemed to change. The trees, the houses, the road, they were all the same. The world around me felt trapped in some sort of limbo, suspended in time. It was like I was in a place where nothing moved forward, where everything was stuck in a never-ending loop. The fog, thick and oppressive, had settled in again, swallowing the road and everything around me. I had lost track of how many times I had passed the same signs, the same trees, the same stretches of empty road. It was as if the world had become a series of endless repetitions. But there was something more unsettling about it. The silence. It was the kind of silence that pressed down on you, suffocating you from all sides. There were no birds chirping, no sounds of distant cars, just the eerie hum of my car's engine and the steady rhythm of my tires on the wet pavement. As I continued down the winding road, I saw a shape in the distance, standing at the edge of the road. I squinted, trying to make out what it was. It was too far to see clearly, but it looked like a person, a figure standing motionless in the fog. My heart skipped a beat. I had already seen one figure on the road earlier, and I had no desire to encounter another one, but I couldn't look away. The figure seemed to be waiting for me, standing in the middle of the road, as if it had been placed there intentionally. I slowed the car down, my foot hovering over the brake, unsure of what to do. The figure didn't move, didn't acknowledge my presence. It was as if it didn't even know I was there. The closer I got, the more I could see, though not much. The fog was thickening again, swirling around the figure like a veil, making it difficult to discern any details. All I could make out were its outlines, a tall, thin shape, wearing something dark. But there was something wrong about the way it stood there, unmoving, as though it had been waiting for something or someone. I tried to speak, to call out, but my voice caught in my throat, strangled by the oppressive silence. The air felt heavy, suffused with a strange energy that made it hard to breathe. I rolled the window down slightly, trying to hear anything that could explain what was happening. But all I could hear was the faint rustling of leaves in the wind, the soft creaking of branches, as if the trees were whispering secrets to each other. I glanced down at the GPS again, hoping it would offer some reassurance, some indication that I was still on the right path. But the screen was still glitching, the directions a blur of lines and arrows that didn't make sense. I looked back at the figure. It hadn't moved an inch, still standing there in the middle of the road, as if it was waiting for me to make the next move. I couldn't keep driving forward. I couldn't just ignore the figure and hope it would disappear. But I also didn't want to stop. I didn't want to be any closer to whatever this thing was. I felt trapped, caught in a decision I didn't know how to make. The fog seemed to close in tighter, the visibility shrinking with every passing second. It was almost as if the world around me was narrowing, pulling me into a space where there was no escape. Suddenly, the figure moved. It was so subtle at first that I almost missed it, but I saw it. Just a shift of the shape, a slow, deliberate movement. The figure turned its head, and though I couldn't see its face, I felt its gaze pierce through the fog, locking onto me with an intensity that made my stomach turn. It wasn't a human gaze. It was something cold, something empty, like there was nothing behind it, like it was just a shell, an empty vessel waiting for someone to fill it. My foot instinctively pressed harder on the brake, bringing the car to a stop a few feet from the figure. I sat there frozen, not knowing what to do. The fog had thickened again, and now the figure was all I could see. It was closer now, standing right in front of my car. It was as if it had moved without actually moving, closing the distance between us without a single step. I tried to roll the window up, but my hands were shaking too much to grasp the handle. I felt trapped inside the car, like there was no escape from whatever was happening. The figure was still standing there, staring at me, waiting for something. But what? I couldn't move. I couldn't speak. I couldn't even breathe properly. The air was thick and heavy, pressing against me from all sides. The silence was unbearable. It was the kind of silence that stretched on forever, suffocating everything around it. I didn't know how long I sat there, staring at the figure, but it felt like hours. My mind was racing, my heart pounding in my chest, but I couldn't seem to make my body move. I was paralyzed by fear, by uncertainty. And then, without warning, the figure disappeared. One moment it was there, standing in front of my car, and the next it was gone, as though it had never existed at all. The fog was still thick, but the road ahead was empty. No sign of the figure, no movement, nothing. Just the same endless stretch of dark, winding road. I blinked, trying to process what had just happened. Had I imagined it? Had the fog played tricks on me? But deep down, I knew it wasn't a hallucination. I had seen it. I had felt its gaze. And now it was gone, leaving only an overwhelming sense of emptiness in its wake. I didn't know what to do. I didn't know where to go. I only knew one thing. I had to keep moving. Whatever that thing was, whatever had just happened, it wasn't over. It was just the beginning. With trembling hands, I shifted the car into gear and slowly pulled forward, my eyes scanning the road ahead, still searching for something, anything, that would make sense of what had just happened. But the fog remained, thick and impenetrable, swallowing the road whole. And deep down, I couldn't shake the feeling that the figure was still out there, waiting for me. I continued down the road, but everything felt different now. The unease from earlier had grown into something more palpable, something that clung to the air like a heavy fog, making it hard to breathe. My grip on the steering wheel was tight, my knuckles white, but I couldn't bring myself to relax. There was an unsettling emptiness around me, and it was as if the road itself was shifting beneath my tires. The fog was still thick, clinging to the edges of the road, wrapping itself around the trees and casting everything in an eerie half-light. The world ahead of me was a blur, the line of a road barely visible in the mist. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched, that there was something just beyond the fog, waiting for me to make a mistake. It was the kind of feeling that made you second-guess every move, every turn. I tried to focus on the road ahead, but the GPS was still malfunctioning, its screen flickering intermittently, displaying random directions that made no sense. I had no choice but to keep going, hoping I would eventually come across something, anything, that would give me some sense of direction. But with each passing mile, it became more clear. I was completely lost. The road stretched out endlessly before me, the same monotonous view repeating itself over and over again. Trees, fog, and the occasional faded sign that I couldn't read. It felt like I was trapped in a never-ending loop. each turn leading to another identical stretch of road. I had no idea where I was anymore. The towns I had passed earlier seemed like distant memories, like I had driven through them years ago, instead of just hours ago. I glanced at the clock on the dashboard. 3 p.m. It didn't make sense. It felt like it should have been much later, like time had lost its meaning. The sun, which had been high in the sky when I started, was now hidden behind the thick fog. The light around me had dimmed, casting long shadows that seemed to move with the wind. The trees, with their gnarled branches, looked like they were reaching for me, stretching out into the fog as if they were trying to grab hold of the car. I noticed something strange about the trees. Some of them seemed to have odd markings on them, symbols etched into the bark, barely visible but unmistakable once you saw them. The more I looked, the more I began to see them, on almost every tree along the road. These strange carvings, like ancient runes. I couldn't make out their meaning, but there was something unsettling about them. They didn't belong here. This wasn't just a quiet country road anymore. It was as if I had stumbled into another world, a place where the rules of reality didn't apply. I tried to shake off the growing sense of dread, telling myself that it was just my imagination running wild. But deep down, I knew something was wrong. The air felt thick with tension, as if the world around me was holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. I looked down at the GPS again. The screen had gone completely black now, offering no guidance at all. I hit the power button, but nothing happened. The device was dead. It wasn't the first time this had happened. It had glitched before, but this felt different. It felt like the GPS was refusing to work, like it was intentionally leading me astray. I pulled the car over to the side of the road, the tires crunching on the gravel as I came to a stop. I sat there for a moment, staring out at the fog, trying to decide what to do next. The silence was deafening. There was no sound except for the occasional rustle of leaves and the distant call of a bird somewhere far off. I had no signal, no way of contacting anyone. It felt like I was completely cut off from the world, trapped in this strange place with no way out. I looked at the map on my phone, but it wasn't much help. The GPS had failed there too, and all I had was a blank screen. My mind raced as I tried to figure out what to do. I could go back the way I came, retrace my steps, but that didn't seem like a real option. The fog was too thick, and I had no idea if I would ever make it back to where I started. Besides, the figure from earlier still haunted me. What if it was waiting for me again, standing on the road, watching me? I didn't want to face it again. Not like this. I took a deep breath and started the car again, pulling back onto the road. My eyes darted from side to side, scanning the fog, but I couldn't see more than a few feet in front of me. The road was endless, and the feeling of being trapped deepened with every mile. It wasn't long before I saw another figure. This time, I didn't hesitate. I slammed on the brakes, my heart racing in my chest. The figure was standing at the edge of the road, just like the last one, but this time, it wasn't alone. There were more, at least 4 or 5 figures standing there, lined up along the side of the road. They were all tall, thin, and wearing dark clothing. Their faces were obscured by shadows, but I could feel their gaze on me, cold and empty, like they were waiting for something. I didn't know what to do. My mind was racing, my thoughts jumbled and incoherent. I wanted to turn around, to drive away as fast as I could, but I couldn't. I was paralyzed by fear, unable to move. The figures didn't move, didn't speak. They just stood there, silently watching, their dark eyes following my every move. I slowly pressed the gas pedal, my heart pounding in my chest, and began to drive past them. The figures didn't step aside, didn't make a sound. It was as if they were part of the landscape, part of the fog itself, existing in some strange parallel world. I could feel their presence all around me as I drove past, like they were right there beside the car, just out of reach. As I passed them, I stole a quick glance in the rearview mirror. The figures were still there, standing motionless, watching me fade into the distance. But when I looked ahead again, something else was different. The road was no longer the same. The trees had changed, their twisted branches now forming a canopy that seemed to reach over the road, blocking out the light. The fog had thickened even further, swirling around the car in heavy, suffocating tendrils. I felt a deep chill run down my spine as I realized something. I wasn't just lost. I was being led somewhere. But where? And by whom? I couldn't answer those questions. Not yet. All I could do was keep driving, hoping that somehow I would find a way out of this nightmare. The deeper I drove, the more the world around me seemed to change. The fog, which had been an eerie but tolerable companion, now clung to the car like a suffocating shroud. It was thicker than before, swirling in unnerving patterns that seemed almost deliberate. I glanced around, trying to make sense of what I was seeing, but it felt like everything was distorted, warped in ways that my mind couldn't comprehend. The road ahead appeared to bend and twist in unnatural angles, the trees now pressing in close, their gnarled branches stretching towards the car like skeletal fingers. There was no longer any sign of life. No birds in the trees, no distant hum of traffic. It was as if the world had been abandoned, left to rot in this foggy void. I reached down instinctively to adjust the radio, but it was silent. The dial flickered briefly, like a weak pulse, but the static noise that came through was nothing but a garbled mess. I turned it off, the absence of sound only amplifying the strange, oppressive silence. It felt like the world itself was holding its breath. There was no sign of civilization ahead, no streetlights, no houses, no passing cars. Just trees and fog, and the occasional faded sign that I could never quite make out. I was alone, completely and utterly alone. The thought sent a shiver down my spine, but I refused to let fear take over. At least, that's what I told myself. But something had changed. I couldn't shake the sense of being watched. It wasn't like before, where it was a passing thought that could easily be dismissed. Now, the feeling was almost tangible. It hung in the air, pressing down on me like an invisible weight, suffocating any attempt at rational thought. I could see shapes moving in the fog now, just at the edge of my vision. They darted out of sight as soon as I turned my head, but I knew they were there. Figures, fleeting and indistinct, moving just out of reach. I could hear the faintest sound, too. Footsteps? No, it was something softer, like the rustling of leaves. Or maybe the wind. But the air was still. The trees didn't move. The world was completely motionless, except for the figures. I tried to convince myself that it was just my mind playing tricks, but every time I looked away, the sense of being followed grew stronger. The strange carvings on the trees had become more numerous now. They were no longer just markings on the bark. The shapes and symbols were larger, more deliberate. It was as though they were messages calling out to me from the darkness. Each one felt like it had a story to tell, a warning, but they were beyond my understanding. My heart beat faster as I drove past them, unwilling to look too closely, afraid that they might somehow know I had seen them. My eyes flicked back to the road ahead, and that's when I saw it. A figure, standing in the middle of the road, partially obscured by the fog. At first, it was nothing more than a shadow, a silhouette against the pale white mist, but it was unmistakable. A person, or what I thought was a person. I slammed on the brakes, the car jerking to a stop. My breath caught in my throat as I stared at the figure. It was tall, unnaturally tall, its body elongated and thin. Its arms were stretched out almost too long, hanging by its sides like they belonged to something otherworldly. The figure didn't move. It didn't even acknowledge my presence. I could feel my pulse racing, a knot forming in my stomach. Was this some kind of trick? My mind scrambled to make sense of it, but there was no explanation that made sense. This wasn't normal. This wasn't real. And yet, the figure remained in the road, unmoving, as if it was waiting for something. For me? For the right moment? I looked at the road behind me. The fog was so thick now that I could barely see a few feet past my rearview mirror. The road ahead was no better. The figure stood still in my path, blocking any chance of moving forward. It was like I was stuck, caught in this strange, unnatural loop. I pressed my foot down on the accelerator, hoping to drive through it, but my car didn't respond. The engine sputtered and died. For a moment, I thought I'd miscalculated, but then I realized the car wasn't just broken. It had stopped for a reason. I sat there, frozen, staring at the figure. The silence seemed to grow even heavier, as though the world was watching with bated breath. I tried to start the car again, but the engine remained silent, unyielding. A chill ran down my spine as I realized I was stuck here, not just in the car, but in this strange, twisted world where the laws of reality no longer applied. The figure didn't move. It didn't seem to care that I was there, that I was desperately trying to get away. It simply stood, its presence suffocating. I wondered if it could feel me watching it, if it could sense the fear that was starting to creep into my bones. It wasn't until I finally forced myself to look away, to look at something, anything, that might make sense of this situation, that I realized something. I had been here before. Not literally, but I had seen this place in my mind. It was as though a memory was stirring, something buried deep in my subconscious. The trees, the fog, the twisted figure in the road. It was all too familiar, as if I had dreamt it, or maybe as if it had been waiting for me. I reached for the door handle, but my hands were trembling so badly that I could barely grip it. I needed to move. I needed to get out of this place. But when I opened the door, the world outside didn't look like it did a moment ago. The fog was thicker, yes, but now it had a strange red hue to it, like the sky itself was bleeding. The figure was still there, unmoving, but now there was a sense of urgency in the air, as though something was closing in, tightening around me. I closed the door again, my heart pounding in my chest. I couldn't get out. I couldn't run. The figure would always be there, watching, waiting. And I was running out of time. The fog pressed in even closer, wrapping around the car like a thick, suffocating blanket. The figure remained in the road, its silhouette still hauntingly still, as though it were carved from the fog itself. I could feel my heartbeat pounding in my ears, a frantic rhythm that matched the unease building in my chest. Every instinct told me to turn around, to drive in the opposite direction, but the road behind me had long since disappeared into the swirling mist. There was no turning back. I glanced at the dashboard, hoping for some sign of reassurance, anything that would tell me that I was still in control, still in the world I recognized. But the digital clock blinked erratically, the numbers shifting in and out of focus like the very fabric of reality was beginning to warp. The figure in the road didn't move. I reached for the door again, this time with more force. The handle seemed to resist my touch, as if the car itself didn't want me to open it. My fingers trembled, but I wrenched the door open anyway, the cold air rushing in immediately. I squinted into the fog, the figure still standing there, taller and more imposing than I remembered. I stepped out of the car, my shoes crunching against the gravel of the road beneath me. The world felt alien, the air too thick to breathe properly, the silence too overwhelming to endure. My breath came in shallow gasps, the chill in the air seeping deep into my bones. For a moment, I stood there, staring at the figure, unsure of what to do. It wasn't just that it was strange, it felt wrong. Everything about this place felt wrong. The trees, the fog, the eerie stillness. And now, this figure, standing just feet away, frozen in time. I forced myself to look around. The trees that lined the road were taller than before, their twisted branches reaching out in strange angles. I hadn't noticed it earlier, but now it was impossible to ignore. The trees seemed to lean in closer, like they were closing in on me. Their bark was dark, almost black, and I could swear I saw faces hidden within the patterns. Eyes, mouths, features that didn't belong. I took a step forward, my mind racing. Why was I here? Why couldn't I leave? I had to get away from this road. I had to find a way out. But as I moved, the figure didn't react. It didn't flinch. It didn't even acknowledge my presence. It was like it wasn't even aware that I was there. Another step. The fog seemed to swirl around me, thickening with each movement, as if the world itself was bending, folding around me. My chest tightened as I drew closer to the figure. I could feel my pulse quickening, my breath hitching in my throat. Something was wrong. Something was terribly, terribly wrong. As I reached out, a strange sensation prickled at the back of my neck, like someone was watching me. No, not watching, but something else. It was as if an invisible hand was reaching out, hovering just behind me. I turned quickly, but there was nothing. Only fog, only trees. The strange, oppressive silence that surrounded me like a cage. I spun back toward the figure, but it was gone. My heart skipped a beat. I blinked, unsure of what I had just seen. The road ahead was empty. The figure had vanished, just as quickly as it had appeared. I stood frozen, staring at the spot where it had once been. I could feel my legs trembling beneath me, the weight of uncertainty pressing down harder than ever. Had I imagined it? Was it just the fog playing tricks on my mind? I took a deep breath, trying to steady myself, but the air felt heavier now, thicker, suffocating. The trees loomed larger than before, their twisted shapes stretching out into the mist. And there was something else now, something faint just beyond the edge of my vision. A shadow, a movement. I whipped around, but once again there was nothing. The silence was oppressive, like the world itself had closed in around me, leaving no escape. I could feel my pulse in my temples, the pressure building with each breath I took. I didn't know what was happening, but I had to get out of here. This place was becoming more and more suffocating by the second. I stumbled back toward the car, my feet unsteady on the gravel. The fog seemed to follow me, wrapping itself around me tighter, clinging to my clothes like a second skin. Every movement felt heavy, as though the world itself was pushing back against me, urging me to stay. I reached the car, but when I tried to open the door, it wouldn't budge. My fingers fumbled with the handle, but it was locked. Locked? I slammed my shoulder against the door, desperate to get inside, to escape. My mind was racing, my thoughts a jumbled mess of fear and confusion. But no matter how hard I tried, the door wouldn't open. And then I heard it, a sound, faint at first, barely audible above the sound of my frantic breath. But it grew louder, closer, the unmistakable sound of footsteps crunching against the gravel. Someone or something was approaching. I froze, my heart pounding in my chest. The footsteps grew louder, closer, until I could hear them right behind me. But when I turned around, there was nothing there, just the thick, oppressive fog and the twisted, gnarled trees. I slammed my fist against the door, desperation overtaking me. "Come on," I shouted, but the words felt hollow, lost in the suffocating silence. I could feel the presence now, the invisible hand reaching out for me. It wasn't just watching me anymore. It was closing in, tightening around me like a trap. I had no escape, and that's when I saw it, a shape, in the distance, moving toward me, slowly, deliberately. It was the figure again, its tall, elongated form emerging from the fog. But this time, it wasn't standing still. This time, it was walking toward me, step by step, closer and closer. And with every step, the grip of fear around my chest tightened, and the fog grew thicker, darker. The fog swallowed the road ahead of me, stretching out into an endless, disorienting void. I could feel the air growing colder with every passing second, and the silence felt almost suffocating, unnaturally still, like the world had been frozen in time. My heart pounded louder in my chest as I watched the figure slowly approach, its presence almost unnatural against the backdrop of the fog. I couldn't make out its features clearly, but I could feel its gaze, even if I couldn't see its eyes. It was as if the very air around it rippled with a strange energy. I tried to take a step back, but my legs felt heavy, as though the earth itself was pulling me closer to whatever this thing was. The more I tried to retreat, the harder it became to move, my feet feeling as though they were glued to the ground. It was as if the fog itself was conspiring to keep me rooted in place, drawing me toward the figure, forcing me to confront it. The shape moved slowly, deliberately. With every step, I could hear a faint rustling sound in the fog, like something dragging along the ground, scraping against the earth. It wasn't a natural sound. It was too deliberate, too mechanical. My skin prickled, every nerve screaming at me to run, to get away, but my body betrayed me. I stood frozen, unable to tear my eyes away from the dark figure that was drawing closer. It was impossible to see its face, if it even had one. The figure was tall, impossibly so, its form distorted by the fog. It seemed to stretch and shift as it moved, almost as if it were made of the very mist itself. The longer I stared, the more the figure seemed to twist, its shape warping and pulsating like a shadow that couldn't decide on its true form. I tried to call out, to ask what it wanted, but my voice failed me. No sound came from my lips, just the hollow emptiness of the fog surrounding me. I opened my mouth again, but still nothing. The figure continued its slow approach, its movement hypnotic and relentless. As the figure drew nearer, I could see that its edges were not well defined. Instead of the solid lines of a person, it seemed to blur at the edges, as if the fog itself was bleeding into its form. And then, just as it was within arm's reach, the most chilling part of all became clear. The figure wasn't just moving toward me, it was moving through the fog, as if the fog itself was part of it, part of its essence. I tried to take a step back again, but this time something stopped me. A cold, clammy hand pressed against my chest. The sensation was impossible to describe. It wasn't real, not in any physical sense, yet it felt all too real. The hand was invisible, like a weight, pressing into my chest and forcing me to stay still. I gasped for air, but it felt as though the very atmosphere had thickened, suffocating me. The figure was mere inches away now, and I could feel its presence all around me. It wasn't like a person. There were no sounds of breathing, no footsteps, no weight shifting from one foot to the other. It was as if it simply existed, floating, a shadow without form, without substance, but still there, still pressing in on me. I wanted to scream, to run, to get away from it, but the weight on my chest kept me rooted to the spot. The figure loomed over me, and for a brief moment I thought I could make out a shape in the center of it, something that might resemble a face, but it was impossible to tell. It was as though the figure had no real features at all, just an endless void, a blackness that absorbed all light. And then the figure spoke. The voice was not one that came from its mouth. It didn't have a mouth. The voice came from everywhere at once, echoing in my head, reverberating through the fog, through my very bones. You shouldn't have come here. The words were cold, harsh, and laced with a sense of finality. They weren't threatening, but they carried a weight that made my blood run cold. They weren't a warning, they were a statement. And in that moment, I understood something that chilled me to my core. This thing had been waiting for me. It had been following me, pulling me toward it, from the very moment I left the main road. The grip on my chest tightened, and I gasped again, the air feeling even thinner now. I felt a sudden rush of panic, my body begging to escape, but the figure was unrelenting. Its presence was suffocating, like a black hole that had consumed the very air around me. I wanted to ask who, or what it was, but the words wouldn't form. The silence returned, thick and impenetrable. The figure stood motionless, waiting, watching, as if giving me time to realize the futility of resistance. I couldn't tear my eyes away. Even if I wanted to, I couldn't. It was as if the figure had locked me in place, my mind focused solely on it, unable to process anything else. And then, as quickly as it had appeared, the figure seemed to dissipate into the fog, its form vanishing like smoke in the wind. The pressure on my chest lifted, and for the first time in what felt like hours, I could breathe again. My legs, finally free from the invisible weight, collapsed beneath me. I sank to my knees, my hands pressed against the cold gravel road beneath me, my mind racing, trying to comprehend what had just happened. The fog seemed to part slightly, but not enough to provide any real clarity. I looked around, the road stretching out before me, but it felt wrong now. The world felt wrong. There was no longer any sense of direction, no sense of time. It was as though I had slipped into another world, one where the rules didn't apply, where reality itself was fluid. The figure was gone, but its presence lingered in the air, in the very fabric of the fog. It was as though the encounter had left an indelible mark on the world around me, a mark that could never be erased. I slowly stood up, my knees shaky beneath me. The road stretched on, but I had no idea where it was leading now. The sense of dread hadn't dissipated. It had only grown, seeping into my every thought, every movement. What had that thing been? What did it want with me? I had to find a way out of this place, but the fog was closing in again, and I couldn't shake the feeling that whatever I had just encountered was still watching me, still waiting. I stumbled forward, my legs still shaky from the encounter. The fog seemed to grow thicker with every step, swallowing the road ahead of me. It felt like walking through a dense veil of uncertainty, each step forward pulling me deeper into a place I didn't understand. My heart raced, the pulse in my ears louder than the distant howling of the wind. The air felt heavy, almost oppressive, and I could feel the weight of the fog pressing down on me, like it was trying to drag me back into its depths. I tried to steady my breath, focusing on putting one foot in front of the other, but the ground beneath me felt uneven, as though the very earth had become unsettled. It was as if the road itself was changing, shifting beneath me, as though it were alive, breathing with a strange rhythm of its own. The sound of my footsteps felt muffled, swallowed by the fog, as though the world had gone silent, leaving me alone in this strange, distorted reality. I glanced around, but there was nothing to see, just the swirling mist, the vague outlines of trees on either side of me, their branches twisted and gnarled like dark hands reaching out. The silence around me was deafening, yet it was the kind of silence that made the smallest noise feel amplified. Every rustling leaf, every faint crack of a branch, seemed to echo in the emptiness, sending a chill down my spine. As I moved, I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't truly alone. Something, or someone, was out there watching me from within the fog. The sensation was subtle at first, just a flicker in the periphery of my vision, but soon it became undeniable. I wasn't sure if it was the effect of the fog playing tricks on my mind, or if there really was something lurking just beyond my reach. My senses were heightened, every sound seeming to be a harbinger of something creeping closer. The road ahead seemed to stretch on without end, twisting and turning in ways that made it difficult to find any sense of direction. I couldn't even remember how long I'd been walking. Time had become meaningless here, lost to the thickening haze. The GPS was still malfunctioning, its screen flickering with nonsense that gave no indication of where I was. The voice had stopped speaking to me, leaving me with nothing but the eerie silence. I forced myself to push forward, determined to get out of this oppressive fog, but every step seemed to take me further into the unknown. The trees around me seemed to grow taller, their twisted limbs casting long, jagged shadows across the road. The wind whispered through them, carrying with it a strange, almost mournful sound, like the voices of those long gone, lost to this place. It was enough to make the hairs on the back of my neck stand up, and I couldn't shake the feeling that the shadows were watching me. In the distance, I spotted something, a faint glow through the fog. It was distant, barely visible, but it was enough to spark a flicker of hope in my chest. I couldn't tell what it was, but the light seemed to promise a way out of this nightmare. I quickened my pace, my eyes fixed on the distant glow, praying that it wasn't some illusion conjured by the fog. The idea of a safe place, a place where I could escape this maddening isolation, felt like a lifeline. As I got closer, the glow grew brighter, and soon I could make out the shape of a building in the distance. It was an old structure, weathered and worn by time, its windows dark and empty. The door was slightly ajar, as though inviting me in. A faint light flickered from within, casting an eerie glow against the fog that surrounded it. I hesitated for a moment, unsure if I should approach. The building had an unsettling air to it, as though it had been abandoned for years, left to decay in this forgotten corner of the world. But the pull of that light, the promise of shelter and safety, was too strong to resist. I took a deep breath and stepped toward the building, the fog swirling around me as if it were trying to keep me from it. The closer I got, the more details began to emerge. The building was much larger than I had initially thought, its outline barely visible through the thick fog. Its architecture was strange, unlike anything I'd seen before, an odd blend of old-world charm and something more sinister, as though it had been pulled from the depths of an ancient dream. The windows were cracked, some of them boarded up, while others were left open, allowing the fog to creep inside. The door creaked as I pushed it open, the sound sharp and unsettling in the otherwise silent atmosphere. I stepped inside, and the air shifted. It was colder here, the temperature dropping noticeably as I crossed the threshold. The floor creaked beneath my feet, and I found myself in a large, dimly lit room. The walls were lined with old portraits, their faces obscured by years of dust. The flickering light I had seen earlier came from a single lamp in the far corner, casting long shadows across the room. I took a step forward, my senses on high alert, and I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. The room was empty, save for the portraits and the faint flicker of a lamp, yet there was a strange, oppressive energy in the air, like something was waiting for me to make the next move. I wasn't sure what I was expecting, maybe an answer or a sign that I was on the right path, but the stillness in the air only made my unease grow. I moved deeper into the room, my footsteps slow and cautious, each sound echoing too loudly in the stillness. The portraits seemed to follow me with their eyes, their faces blurred by the dust, but the sensation of being watched remained. It felt like I wasn't the only one in this room, like there were other eyes, hidden and distant, observing me from the shadows. And in the back of my mind, I couldn't help but wonder, had I made a mistake by coming here? I stood still in the room, trying to process everything around me. The air felt colder now, as though the temperature had dropped significantly since I had entered the building. My breath clouded in front of me, mixing with the fog creeping in from outside. The dim glow from the lamp in the corner was the only source of light, flickering erratically, casting long, jagged shadows on the cracked walls. The portraits continued to stare down at me, their faces still shrouded in dust and mystery. The silence in the room was thick, oppressive. It was as if the building itself was holding its breath, waiting for something. My instincts told me to leave, to get out before it was too late, but something kept me rooted to the spot. There was an undeniable pull in the air, as if the building was alive, whispering secrets just out of reach. My heart pounded in my chest, and I couldn't shake the feeling that someone, was watching me, lurking just beyond my line of sight. I slowly walked toward the flickering lamp, its light casting a strange glow on the surrounding furniture. The room seemed older than I had initially thought, with aged wooden floors that creaked under my weight. The furniture was ancient, dusty chairs and a long table, all draped in tattered cloths. It was as if time had frozen here, leaving everything behind, forgotten and abandoned. Yet there was an unmistakable sense of life in the air, a feeling that something was just out of sight, waiting for me. As I neared the lamp, a chill ran down my spine. I couldn't explain it, but the lamp seemed different, somehow. It wasn't just a simple light source. It felt like it held something more. The way it flickered, the way its glow seemed to dance along the walls, it was unnatural. I reached out to touch it, my hand trembling slightly. But before I could make contact, the light flickered violently, and the room seemed to darken even more. I stepped back in alarm, my heart racing. The room felt different now, heavier, as though the walls were closing in on me. The temperature continued to drop, and I could see my breath clearly in front of me. It wasn't just the fog outside. The cold was coming from within the building, an unnatural chill that seeped into my bones. The lamp flickered again, the light now casting strange, fleeting shadows on the walls, shadows that didn't match the furniture, that didn't seem to belong to anything in the room. A soft sound broke the silence, barely perceptible, like the distant rustle of fabric. I froze, straining my ears to catch it again, but the sound had vanished as quickly as it had come. For a moment, there was nothing but the cold, the flickering light, and the eerie stillness. My eyes darted around the room, searching for any sign of movement, but I saw nothing. I was alone, or so I thought. Suddenly, I noticed something I hadn't before. At the far end of the room, a door stood slightly ajar. It was hidden in the shadows, its edges barely visible in the dim light. I hadn't seen it earlier, and it sent a chill down my spine just looking at it. There was something about the way it stood there, dark and quiet, that made me hesitate. My feet felt like they were glued to the floor, and I couldn't bring myself to move closer. The room had already given me a sense of unease, but the door felt like it was calling me, pulling me in. Without thinking, my body moved toward it almost against my will. Each step felt heavier than the last, as though the air itself was thickening around me. The door creaked as I approached, the sound grating against my nerves, and I reached out to push it open. As my hand made contact with the cold wood, a strange sensation washed over me, like a wave of static electricity running through my body. The door opened slowly, with an almost reluctant creak, revealing what lay beyond. The room behind the door was darker, the air colder, if that was even possible. I stepped inside, and the door swung shut behind me with a soft click. I turned, immediately regretting my decision to enter. This room was unlike the one I had just left. It felt more alive, more aware. The shadows in the corners seemed to shift unnaturally, and the air had an oppressive weight to it, as if something was trying to force its presence into my mind. I felt a strange pressure, like I was being watched, studied. There was a low hum in the air now, a faint vibration that seemed to come from the walls themselves. It wasn't loud, but it was enough to make my skin crawl. I scanned the room, my eyes struggling to make sense of what I was seeing. There were no windows, no natural light, just the dim, flickering glow from a lamp I had left behind in the other room. The shadows in the corners seemed to grow longer, stretching out like dark fingers reaching for me. In the center of the room was a large wooden chest, its surface worn and scratched from years of neglect. It looked old, ancient even, and I couldn't help but feel drawn to it. It felt like it held some kind of secret, something important, something that had been hidden away for a long time. I couldn't resist. I walked toward the chest, my feet dragging as if the room itself was trying to hold me back. My hand hovered over the lid, my heart racing in my chest. What was I about to uncover? Why did this place feel so wrong? The questions swirled in my mind, but I couldn't stop myself. I pushed the lid open, the hinges groaning in protest as I lifted it. Inside, there was nothing but darkness. Darkness so thick it seemed to swallow the light around me. I could feel the weight of it, the emptiness pressing in from all sides. And then from the depths of the chest, I heard something, a soft, almost imperceptible sound. A whisper, faint but clear, like a voice calling my name. My blood ran cold, and I immediately slammed the lid shut. The room seemed to grow even darker, the shadows closing in on me. The hum of the air grew louder, more intense, and the temperature dropped even further. Something wasn't right here. Something was in this room with me, and I had no idea what it was. I stood frozen in the center of the room, my breath shallow and quick, trying to process the events that had just unfolded. The air was thick, heavy with tension, as though the room itself was alive, watching me. The whisper, that chilling sound, had shaken me to my core. I couldn't make sense of it, couldn't understand what was happening. It was as if the walls themselves were closing in, making it impossible for me to think clearly. The hum of the air grew louder, more oppressive, sending ripples of unease through my body. I forced myself to take a deep breath, steadying my nerves as best as I could. My heart was still pounding, but I knew I had to keep moving. This room, this building, it felt like a maze, and I had no idea what was waiting for me at the end. My feet felt heavier with each step, reluctant to carry me forward, but I pushed through. I needed answers, needed to understand what was going on here. The shadows in the corners of the room seemed to twist and stretch in unnatural ways. The dim light from the flickering lamp was no longer enough to push them back. They seemed to reach toward me, like dark tendrils trying to wrap themselves around me. I could feel my pulse racing, each beat echoing in my ears, but I couldn't let fear take hold. I needed to stay focused. I had to find a way out of here. As I moved toward the door, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being followed. It was subtle at first, just a shift in the air behind me, a slight change in temperature, but it quickly grew more pronounced. It wasn't the wind or the creaking of the old house. It was something else, something that didn't belong. My skin prickled as I turned, half expecting to see someone standing there watching me. But there was nothing, only the shadows, stretching farther and farther into the corners of the room. I couldn't shake the feeling that something or someone was there just beyond my sight. It was as if I was being stalked, hunted by an unseen presence that knew exactly where I was, what I was doing. The hairs on the back of my neck stood on end, my instinct screaming at me to leave, to get out of this place before it was too late. But before I could move, I heard it again, the soft, almost inaudible whisper. This time, it was clearer, closer, a voice faint but unmistakable, calling my name. James. The voice echoed through the room, reverberating off the walls. It wasn't just a whisper. It felt like it was coming from inside my head. My stomach churned, and I took a step back, my body moving without thought. There was no mistaking it now. Someone or something was here with me, and I had no idea who or what it was. I took another step back, glancing around frantically, my eyes darting from corner to corner. The shadows seemed to shift and writhe, as though they were alive, moving with a purpose. I could feel my heart racing, my breath coming in short gasps as panic began to set in. I needed to get out of here. I needed to leave before it was too late. But then, the door behind me slammed shut. I spun around, my pulse racing, as the sound of the door closing reverberated in the room. It had been opened just a moment ago, but now it was firmly shut, as though something or someone had closed it from the other side. The silence that followed was deafening, as if the very air had thickened, pressing down on me from all directions. I rushed to the door, my hand reaching for the knob, but it wouldn't budge. I turned it, twisted it, pulled with all my strength, but it was as if the door had been locked from the inside. I slammed my shoulder into it, trying to force it open, but the door didn't give. It was no use. I was trapped. The whispers grew louder, more insistent, until they were surrounding me from all sides. They were no longer just a voice. They were a chorus, a cacophony of voices, all calling my name. I could hear them echoing in my mind, their words distorted, overlapping, like 1,000 voices all speaking at once. "James, you're not alone." I stumbled back, my mind racing, my thoughts in disarray. This wasn't just a hallucination, a trick of the mind. This was real. Whatever was in this house with me, it was not human. It was something far older, far more ancient than anything I had ever encountered. I felt a chill wash over me, a wave of cold that seemed to seep into my very bones. It wasn't the kind of cold that came from the weather or the building's age. No, this was something else entirely. It was as if the temperature itself had dropped in response to the presence in the room. I shuddered, wrapping my arms around myself in an attempt to ward off the cold. But it didn't help. It only seemed to intensify. I had no idea what was happening or who or what was speaking to me, but one thing was clear. I wasn't alone in this place, and I wasn't going to leave until I found out why. I forced myself to take a deep breath, my hands shaking as I reached for the door again. But before I could try again, something moved in the shadows. The room seemed to lurch forward, the walls closing in around me, the air thickening with every passing second. I spun toward the movement, my heart hammering in my chest, but there was nothing there, nothing visible. But I knew, deep down, that I was not alone. The whispers grew louder still, their words more distinct, and I could hear the unmistakable sound of footsteps, slow, deliberate, moving toward me. I was no longer alone in this room. Something was coming, and I wasn't sure I was ready for what it was. The footsteps stopped. I could hear the faintest creak of the floorboards as something, or someone shifted just beyond my line of sight. The room felt smaller now, suffocating, as if the walls themselves were closing in. My breath hitched in my throat, and I had to fight the overwhelming urge to run, to escape whatever presence was lingering just out of sight. But where would I go? There was nowhere to run, no place to hide. I stood frozen, my muscles tight with fear, as the air around me seemed to grow thicker, more oppressive. The shadows in the room shifted again, curling and twisting in unnatural ways. It was as if they had a life of their own, slithering toward me like dark, insidious tendrils, just waiting for the right moment to strike. I could feel something watching me. It wasn't just the eerie quiet of the room or the strange atmosphere pressing in on me. It was the sensation that something was very much alive, but hidden. Something waiting, lurking in the darkness. The hair on the back of my neck stood up as I turned my head slowly, scanning the room for any sign of movement. The lamp's flicker grew worse, casting unsettling, jittery light that only deepened the shadows. The shadows seemed to be moving in ways that didn't make sense, like they were alive. They crawled up the walls, stretched along the floor, and twisted toward me, becoming darker and more pronounced. The longer I stood there, the more the room seemed to lose its sense of reality. The walls appeared to be breathing, expanding and contracting with each passing second. Suddenly, I heard a low, guttural sound, a whisper, no, a growl, coming from the far corner of the room. It wasn't the voice I had heard before, the disembodied whisper that called my name. No, this was something different, something more primal. It sent a chill down my spine, and I felt an icy shiver crawl up my back. I spun toward the corner, my heart thumping wildly in my chest. My eyes strained to see through the darkness, but there was nothing there. No shape, no figure, just the shadows, hanging like a suffocating blanket. Yet I could still feel it, the presence. It was close, too close. The temperature dropped even further, if that was even possible. The cold pressed against my skin like an unseen force, seeping into my bones. I shuddered involuntarily, my teeth beginning to chatter. The room had transformed into something else entirely, a place where the rules of the world didn't apply. There was no rational explanation for what was happening. I took a slow, cautious step backward, my feet careful against the creaky floor. Every instinct screamed at me to get out of there, but I had no idea which direction to take. The room was suffocating, the shadows all-consuming, the whispers intensified, their voices becoming louder and more insistent, the growl lingering in the air like a predator circling its prey. I could hear my own breathing now, rapid and shallow, as my mind raced to make sense of the situation. Was I hallucinating? Was this some kind of fevered dream brought on by the stress and isolation? But deep down I knew it wasn't. This wasn't something my mind had created. No, this was real. And it was here, in this room with me. I turned toward the door, my hand trembling as I reached for the knob. The door was still locked, still unyielding. Panic surged through me, and I jerked the handle, pulling with all my strength. But it was no use. The door wouldn't budge. I felt trapped, completely and utterly trapped. The air around me seemed to thicken even further, pressing in on me from all sides. I felt like I was suffocating, drowning in the oppressive atmosphere of the room. And then I heard it, the sound of breathing, slow, ragged, deep breaths coming from just behind me. I froze, my entire body rigid with fear. The presence was closer now. I could feel it, like a weight pressing down on my shoulders. My pulse raced, and I could hear the sound of my heart pounding in my ears. Slowly, slowly, I turned around, praying, hoping that when I did, I wouldn't see whatever it was that had been stalking me. And then I saw it, a figure standing in the corner, just beyond the flickering light of the lamp. It was tall, unnaturally tall, its body shrouded in darkness. The figure seemed to be made of shadows, its form indistinct, shifting like smoke. Its eyes, if they could be called eyes, were glowing a sickly green, reflecting the dim light in an eerie, otherworldly way. It stared at me, its gaze intense, unblinking. I couldn't move. My body was frozen, caught in the grip of terror. I wanted to scream, to run, but the air in my lungs wouldn't come. I couldn't make a sound. I couldn't do anything but stare at the figure in horror as it slowly, deliberately took a step forward. It moved toward me like a predator hunting its prey, silent and methodical. I could hear the sound of its footsteps. No, not footsteps, but something far more disturbing. The sound was like the rustling of leaves in a dark forest, like something shifting through the shadows. I backed away, my legs trembling beneath me, but no matter how much distance I put between us, it felt like the figure was closing in on me. There was nowhere to run, no way to escape. The whispers became louder, more desperate, until they were a chorus of voices, overlapping, screaming my name. The figure reached out toward me, its hand, a clawed, skeletal thing, stretching inches from my face. And in that moment, I knew with every fiber of my being, that this wasn't a dream. This was real, and I wasn't going to survive it. I couldn't breathe. Every inch of my body screamed for escape, yet I was rooted to the spot, paralyzed by the terrifying presence of the figure before me. Its hand, clawed and skeletal, hovered just inches from my face, the cold air around it biting into my skin like ice. I could hear its breathing, slow and deliberate, as though savoring the moment before it struck. The faint green glow from its eyes pierced through the darkness, locking onto mine, and I felt a chill crawl up my spine, an icy grip tightening around my chest. The whispers were louder now, echoing in my ears, overlapping with each other, their voices pleading, warning, but I couldn't make sense of the words. They were too frantic, too distorted, but I could feel the urgency in them. The figure moved again, its arms stretching out toward me like a snake striking its prey, and in that moment I was sure it was going to grab me, pull me into the shadows with it. My heart raced, thundering in my chest as I took a shaky step back. I stumbled, my legs weak, and I nearly fell to the ground, but I caught myself just in time. I couldn't let it touch me. I couldn't let it take me. I had to get out of here. The door, still locked, seemed to mock me. I pulled and yanked at the handle, my fingers slipping with fear, but it wouldn't budge. The figure didn't move. It just stood there, watching me, waiting. Its presence was suffocating, like the room itself was closing in on me. The shadows around it seemed to grow, stretching toward me, swallowing the light from the lamp, leaving me in near-complete darkness. I turned back to the room, desperate for a way out. There had to be something, anything that could help me. My eyes scanned the walls, the corners, looking for an escape, but everything seemed to blur, the shadows moving and shifting like they had a mind of their own. The room had become a labyrinth, a prison that I couldn't escape. The whispers intensified, the voices now an incoherent jumble of words that made my head spin. I could feel them vibrating in my skull, their presence overwhelming, and I clutched my hands to my ears trying to block them out, but it was useless. The sound was all around me, suffocating me, closing in like the walls of the room. The figure took a step closer, its movements fluid, unnatural. It was like it was gliding, its body shifting in and out of focus. The closer it got, the colder the air became, and I felt my skin go numb, my breath coming in short, panic bursts. I couldn't make a sound, couldn't scream. My mouth was dry, my throat tight. And then, without warning, the lights flickered, the lamp above me sputtering out, plunging the room into darkness. I gasped, my heart racing even faster, as I stumbled backward, my hands outstretched in front of me, searching for something, anything to hold on to. But the darkness seemed to swallow everything, devouring the space around me. I heard the figure move again, the rustling sound of its body brushing against the walls. The growl, it was closer now, rumbled through the air, vibrating the very floor beneath me. I could feel it deep in my bones, and I knew, without a doubt, that it was coming for me. The shadows seemed to chase me, darting around the room like they had a life of their own. I needed to move, to get away, but my body wouldn't obey. My legs were frozen, my feet stuck to the floor, as if the room itself had claimed me. My vision swam in the darkness, the edges of everything blurring as I struggled to focus. The whispers had turned into a high-pitched wail, an unbearable screech that pierced through the silence, rattling my brain. The temperature dropped even further, the air growing thick with an unnatural cold. I could feel it creeping under my skin, numbing my senses. My breath fogged in the air in front of me, and I shuddered uncontrollably. My fingers were stiff, my body trembling with cold. But it wasn't just the temperature. It was something deeper, something more terrifying. The shadows were moving faster now, crawling up the walls, stretching toward me. I could hear them whispering, but the words were unintelligible. It was as though they were speaking in a language I couldn't understand, a language that was older, more ancient than anything I could comprehend. I backed away again, my hands desperately searching for something, anything to help me escape. My fingers brushed against the cold, smooth surface of the window, and I instantly grabbed onto it, trying to pry it open. But it was stuck. No matter how hard I pulled, it wouldn't budge. I was trapped. The figure was so close now that I could hear its breath, slow and deliberate, just behind me. I could feel the cold emanating from it, a freezing presence that seemed to drain the warmth from the room. I could no longer distinguish the shadows from the figure itself. They had melded together, becoming one, a single monstrous presence that towered over me. With every second that passed, the air grew heavier, more suffocating, until it felt like I was drowning in it. I needed to get out. I had to get away, but there was nowhere to go. The door wouldn't open. The window was stuck. I was trapped, and the figure was closing in, its eyes glowing in the darkness. I could feel it now, its hand brushing against my shoulder, cold as ice, sending a shock through my body. I tried to scream, to fight back, but my voice was lost in the suffocating air. I couldn't move, couldn't think. The figure was here, and there was nothing I could do to stop it. The whispers reached a deafening crescendo, and for a moment, everything stopped. The air grew still, the shadows froze, and I was left standing there, frozen in time. The figure loomed before me, its glowing eyes boring into mine, and I realized this wasn't just a nightmare. This was my reality now. I gasped for air, my chest tight as I struggled to break free from the grip of fear that seemed to be suffocating me. The figure's cold hand lingered on my shoulder, the ice-like touch sending a surge of terror through my entire body. It wasn't just that I couldn't move. It was as if the room itself had become a prison, its walls closing in with each passing second. The darkness was thick, a tangible force that wrapped itself around me, pulling me deeper into the nightmare. I could feel the pulse of the shadows, almost as if they were alive, swirling and writhing in the corners of the room. They whispered now, not with words, but with an ancient language that I couldn't understand. Their voices like a low hum that vibrated through the very air I breathed. It was as if they were communicating with the figure. No, with something I couldn't see. And that was the most terrifying part of it all. I had always believed that the world was what we could perceive, that the darkness could be explained away by logic, by science. But this was something different. I turned my head slightly, desperately searching for any sign of escape, but all I could see were the shadows, stretching, crawling, and twisting in the dark corners of the room. The figure's eyes glowed brighter now, a piercing green light that seemed to cut through the darkness, drawing me in, pulling me closer. I could feel the hairs on the back of my neck stand on end, the air around me thick with an oppressive weight. The whispering grew louder, more urgent, but it was no longer just the shadows. It was everywhere. The walls, the floor, the ceiling. Everything seemed to be alive, vibrating with a strange energy, as if it was responding to the figure's presence. The words from the whispers began to take shape in my mind, their meaning just on the edge of my comprehension. But it was too late. Whatever they were no longer in my control. My heart raced in my chest as the figure leaned closer, its cold breath tickling my skin. I could feel the icy chill of its presence, the weight of its gaze pressing against me like a heavy stone. The air was so cold now, I could see my own breath fogging in front of me. But it wasn't just the temperature. It was the sensation that something was wrong, deeply wrong. Something unnatural. The figure's hand slid down my arm, its icy fingers leaving a trail of frost along my skin, and I shuddered uncontrollably. For the briefest moment, I thought I saw something in the shadows, movement, a figure, or maybe a reflection. It was hard to tell, but something in my gut told me it wasn't just my imagination. The presence of the figure was no longer the only thing in the room. There was something else, something unseen, I tried to back away, but my body refused to respond. I was trapped, rooted to the spot, and the figure was closing in, its green eyes now reflecting something darker, something I couldn't understand. The whispers were louder now, so loud that they seemed to vibrate in my very bones. It was a chorus of voices, all speaking at once, overlapping and blending together. But the one thing I could make out, the one word that pierced through the noise, was my name. James, it whispered over and over, as if calling me, summoning me, pulling me deeper into whatever this was. I tried to scream, but my voice was lost in the cold, suffocating air. My mouth opened, but no sound escaped. The weight of the shadows pressed against me, and I could feel my chest tightening, my breath becoming shallow and labored. I struggled to stay conscious, my vision swimming, the room spinning around me as the figure moved even closer, its face now inches from mine. And then, just as I thought I couldn't take it any longer, I felt a sharp, searing pain along my neck, a burning sensation, as if something had pierced my skin, cutting into me with the force of 1,000 needles. My breath caught in my throat as I gasped in pain, the sharp pain spreading across my skin like fire. I could feel something moving beneath my skin, like a living thing burrowing into me, and I screamed. No sound came. The figure stepped back, its eyes still locked onto mine, as if satisfied. I could feel the mark now, a deep, gnawing ache spreading from the spot on my neck, like a cold fire. The whispers, too, grew louder, more insistent, as if they were guiding the pain, feeding on it, using it to draw me further into the darkness. I could feel it now, this connection between me and the figure, as if whatever had just been done to me had opened a door, a connection that I couldn't close, that I couldn't escape. It was as if a part of me was now tethered to whatever this thing was, and I knew deep down that there was no going back. I had crossed a line, and there was no turning around. The figure stepped back again, fading into the shadows, leaving me standing alone in the dark, the room now silent except for the sound of my ragged breathing. The mark on my neck burned, throbbing like a living thing, and I could feel the weight of the shadows pressing in around me. The whispers had stopped, but I knew they were still there, waiting, watching. I could feel them all around me, in the corners of the room, in the air I breathed. And the worst part? I could no longer tell if I was still dreaming, or if this was the reality I was trapped in. The pain on my neck was unbearable, a constant throbbing that wouldn't stop. Every time I touched the mark, it felt like it was burning, as if something was digging into my skin from the inside out. My heartbeat raced as I stumbled through the room, my eyes scanning for something, anything, that could help me understand what was happening. But nothing made sense anymore. The shadows were still alive, twisting and shifting, and the silence that followed the whispers was deafening. I could hear the faintest rustle in the corner of the room, like the movement of something or someone. I turned quickly, but the room was still empty. No sign of the figure, no sign of any other presence, yet the air felt thick, heavy with a tension I couldn't explain. The mark on my neck burned even more intensely, and I winced, clutching at it with trembling fingers. My mind raced, trying to piece together what was happening. The darkness, the whispers, the figure, it felt like I was trapped in a nightmare, but everything about it felt far too real. The shadows no longer just felt like a natural part of the room. They felt deliberate, like they were waiting for something. Suddenly, I heard it, a voice, clear and sharp, cutting through the silence. It wasn't the figure's voice, nor was it the whispers I had heard earlier. It was something else entirely, something new. "Find the path," the voice said, its tone cold and emotionless. "You're not alone. You've never been alone." I froze, every muscle in my body locking up. The words hung in the air, but there was no one around to say them. I felt my pulse quicken, a knot tightening in my stomach. Was I going crazy? Or was this something else? I had no idea, but whatever it was, I had no choice but to keep going. I had to find the answer, even if it meant walking deeper into this nightmare. The voice came again, distant but clear. The path lies ahead. Follow it. The mark will guide you. I spun around, searching the empty room, but there was nothing. Not a single person in sight. I was completely alone. The shadows loomed around me like a suffocating cloud, growing darker, colder. The air seemed to shift as if it was alive, the atmosphere heavy with an oppressive force that pressed against me. My breath came out in short, ragged bursts, and I realized I was shaking, unable to control the tremors that racked my body. I glanced down at the mark on my neck, and for the first time, I noticed something strange. It wasn't just a burn. It was alive, pulsating with a rhythm that matched the beat of my heart. It was as though it had a life of its own, beating in time with me, as if something inside of me had awoken. A cold chill ran down my spine. Whatever this mark was, it was changing me. The voice whispered once more, a gentle reminder, follow the path. Without thinking, I began to move. My legs felt heavy, as though they were weighed down by something invisible. Each step I took seemed to pull me deeper into the shadows, and with every passing second, the air around me grew thicker, colder. My thoughts were a jumbled mess, and all I could focus on was the mark, its pulse in sync with my heartbeat, urging me forward. I stumbled, feeling disoriented, as though the room itself was shifting, rearranging. The walls seemed to bend and twist in unnatural angles, the shadows warping in response. The path ahead was unclear, the edges of a room obscured by an unnatural darkness that seemed to stretch beyond what was possible. The voice came again, its tone growing more insistent. You're close. It's not far now. Trust the mark. I felt a strange compulsion to obey, as though the voice was inside my head, controlling me, guiding me down a path I couldn't see. But my feet moved regardless, as if I had no say in the matter. Each step seemed to take me further into the unknown, and I could no longer tell if I was in a dream or if this was my new reality. I turned a corner, and suddenly the temperature dropped, the air becoming frigid as if the world itself had frozen in place. The shadows grew deeper, thicker, and the faintest sound of footsteps echoed in the distance. I stopped, straining to hear. Was someone else here? Or was it just the illusion of a room? I called out, my voice trembling, "Hello?" There was no answer, only the endless rustling of the shadows, the constant movement of something unseen. I tried to ignore the creeping feeling of dread settling in my stomach, but it was impossible. I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. The voice returned, this time softer, but with a chilling clarity. It's waiting. All of it. All of you. I couldn't tell if the voice was referring to the figure, the shadows, or something else entirely. All I knew was that the room was closing in around me, the air suffocating, the darkness thickening with each passing second. The mark on my neck was now a constant, burning reminder of whatever had been unleashed inside me. I looked around, searching for something, anything, that could help me make sense of this nightmare. But there was nothing, just the shadows, the whispers, and the feeling of being watched. The path ahead seemed endless, the darkness stretching as far as the eye could see. I didn't know how much longer I could keep going. Every step felt like a battle, each movement draining me of strength. But the voice kept urging me on, guiding me towards something I couldn't yet understand. Follow the path, James. It's the only way, it said. I didn't know if I had a choice anymore. I could feel myself getting lost in the maze of shadows, the weight of the mark growing heavier with every passing second. And somewhere deep within me, I knew that whatever awaited me at the end of this path would change everything. I just had to keep moving. The oppressive darkness surrounding me seemed to stretch endlessly, growing thicker with every step I took. My heart was hammering in my chest, each beat echoing in the stillness, louder than before. The mark on my neck burned, the pulsating sensation now almost overwhelming. It felt like something was pulling me forward, like I had no choice but to follow this invisible pull, as though the shadows themselves were guiding me. My breath came in shallow gasps, each exhale clouding the air with the fog of fear. The temperature dropped again, the chill biting at my skin, but I couldn't seem to stop moving. I had to keep going. The voice, calm, insistent, whispered in my mind, a constant reminder that I wasn't alone, that I was meant to be here. The weight of its presence pressed on me, forcing me to continue despite the growing sense of dread. I tried to focus, to clear my mind, but everything felt distorted. The room, if it even was a room, seemed to stretch and bend around me, warping in ways that defied logic. It was as though reality itself was unraveling, and I was helpless to stop it. The walls were no longer static. They shifted like liquid, the shadows undulating like something alive. My hands trembled as I reached for the walls for guidance, but they were cold, unnervingly cold, and slick with some kind of moisture I couldn't place. There were no lights, no windows, just an endless abyss of darkness, and the faint whispering of something I couldn't quite understand. The voice in my head, my constant companion, seemed to grow stronger with every step I took. "Don't stop, James. The path is just ahead. You're almost there," it urged. I was starting to question whether I was losing my grip on reality, whether any of this was real at all. The more I tried to rationalize it, the more I realized that nothing made sense. The world around me had ceased to follow any rules I understood. The only constant was the mark on my neck, its burning presence reminding me that whatever this was, it was no accident. It was happening for a reason. I pressed on, the shadows closing in tighter around me, making it harder to see where I was going. My eyes scanned the darkness for any sign of what was ahead, but all I saw were the shifting shapes of the shadows, their forms shifting and blending like dark smoke. The sound of my footsteps was swallowed by the silence, and all I could hear now was the steady thrum of my heart, the voice, and the overwhelming sense of someone watching me. The further I walked, the more I began to feel like I was being guided, not by the voice alone, but by something deeper, something inside of me that had been awakened by the mark. There was a pull, a magnetic force that seemed to be leading me forward, as though my very soul was tethered to the path ahead. It was terrifying, and yet I couldn't stop. I couldn't turn back. In the distance, barely visible in the corner of my vision, I saw a faint glimmer, a soft, ethereal light cutting through the darkness like a beacon. I wasn't sure whether it was real or just another trick of my mind, but I couldn't ignore it. It was pulling me in like a moth to a flame. The shadows around me began to shift more rapidly, their forms becoming more erratic, almost as if they were responding to my movements. A sudden gust of wind swept through the air, pushing against me with a force that made me stumble. The temperature dropped even further, sending a shiver down my spine. My breath came out in visible puffs, and for a moment I almost thought I could see something, someone moving just beyond the light. But when I turned to look, there was nothing, just the ever-encroaching darkness and the unnerving whispers. The voice spoke again, this time with a different tone, more urgent. "You're almost there, James. Just a little further. You need to understand." The voice seemed to be aware of my hesitation, aware that I was slowing down, that I was starting to doubt. I didn't know what it wanted from me, but I knew one thing for certain. I couldn't stop. I couldn't turn back. Not now. The path had already claimed me. With a deep breath, I steadied myself and continued moving toward the light. Each step felt heavier, like I was pushing against the very fabric of reality itself. The shadows seemed to resist me, pulling at my limbs, trying to drag me back into their depths. I fought against it, feeling the pull of a light grow stronger the closer I got. My hand brushed against the walls, and I recoiled as I felt something wet and sticky on my fingertips. I wiped my hand on my pants, but the feeling lingered, cold and unnerving. I didn't dare look too closely at what was on my hand. The darkness was already playing tricks on me. I didn't need to give it more power by acknowledging it. The whispers grew louder, filling my ears with unintelligible words, but there was a rhythm to them now, a pattern. It was as though the voices were trying to communicate something, to tell me something important, but the words didn't make sense. Still, I pressed forward, drawn to the light that now shone more brightly, more distinctly ahead of me. Then, without warning, the path ahead seemed to narrow, the walls closing in. The space became tighter, more suffocating. The light flickered, casting strange shadows that danced across the walls, warping and twisting. For a moment, I thought I saw a figure, a faint silhouette, but when I blinked, it was gone, leaving only the darkness. "Don't stop, James," the voice urged again, this time more desperate. "It's waiting for you." I wasn't sure what it was, but I knew I couldn't stop. The feeling in my chest, the burning mark, the pull of the shadows, it was all too much. I was beyond fear now. I just had to get to the end, to whatever awaited me there. I forced my legs to move, step by step, the light growing nearer, the shadows more intense. There was no going back. There never had been. The wind howled through the trees, and the shadows stretched longer as the minutes ticked by. The sky above was a sickly, muted gray, clouds hanging low, blocking out any remaining hints of sunlight. I had been driving for hours now, the road ahead never seeming to end, twisting and turning through the dense forest that seemed to grow darker with each passing mile. I could feel a weight pressing down on me, a sensation that gnawed at my thoughts, urging me to turn back. But there was no turning back now. The path I had chosen was irreversible, and the deeper I went, the more I realized that there was no escaping the decision I had made. This was no ordinary trip. It had started as a simple journey, a way to escape the monotony of everyday life, but now it felt like I was being drawn into something far more sinister, something that I couldn't quite comprehend. I glanced at the dashboard clock. 4:30 p.m. Time seemed to be slipping away, as though the day itself was fading into the murky abyss of the trees that surrounded me. I had expected to reach my destination by now, but the map and GPS had both become increasingly unreliable. The roads twisted and changed, rerouting themselves as if they had a mind of their own, leading me deeper into the unknown. The tension in the air had grown thicker, the kind of stillness that made your skin crawl. The silence was unsettling, broken only by the occasional rustle of leaves or the distant call of a bird. Even the sound of my own car felt muted, like the vehicle itself was trying to avoid making too much noise, as if to keep from drawing attention. I pulled over to the side of the road, the tires crunching on the gravel as I stopped in front of a small, run-down cabin that seemed to appear out of nowhere. It had been hidden behind a row of thick trees, its wooden structure weathered and worn from years of neglect. There was no sign of life, no smoke rising from the chimney, and yet I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. I got out of the car, my boots crunching on the gravel as I approached the cabin. A sudden gust of wind blew through the trees, sending a chill down my spine. I pulled my jacket tighter around me, trying to ward off the cold, though it seemed to seep into my bones no matter how hard I tried to fight it. The door to the cabin creaked as I pushed it open, the sound echoing through the silent woods. Inside, the air was musty and stale, as if the place had been abandoned for years. Dust hung in the air, and the faint smell of old wood and mildew filled my nostrils. I could barely make out the shape of a small table in the corner, a few chairs, and what appeared to be a fireplace that hadn't been used in ages. But it was the old, tattered journal resting on the table that caught my attention. I stepped forward cautiously, my eyes drawn to the leather-bound book. The pages were yellowed with age, the edges frayed and worn. It looked like it had been left in a hurry, abandoned in this quiet place with no regard for its contents. I reached out, my fingers brushing against the cover, and for a moment I hesitated. I could feel something pulling me toward it, like a magnetic force that I couldn't resist. Opening the journal, I flipped through the pages, the words barely legible in the dim light. It was filled with scrawled notes and strange symbols, many of which I couldn't decipher. But one thing was clear. The author had been writing about the exact journey I was on. The entries described roads that twisted and turned in impossible ways, paths that led to nowhere, and dark forces that lurked just beyond the trees. The final page, however, was the most unsettling. It was a single sentence, written in jagged handwriting. Do not trust the path, for it will lead you to the end. I felt a cold shiver run down my spine as the words echoed in my mind. It was as if the journal was warning me, as if it had known I would find it, just when I was beginning to doubt everything around me. I closed the journal, my heart racing as I looked around the cabin once more. The stillness was overwhelming, and yet I felt like I was being watched. The hairs on the back of my neck stood on end, and the air seemed to grow thicker with each passing second. I turned toward the door, ready to leave, but just as I reached for the handle, the faint sound of a creaking floorboard echoed from upstairs. I froze. My hand hovered over the door handle, my breath caught in my chest. The noise was faint, almost imperceptible, but there was no mistaking it. Someone or something was in the house. I couldn't shake the unease gnawing at me as I stood there in the dim light of the cabin. The journal in my hands felt heavier now, like it was a secret I wasn't meant to uncover. The wind howled outside, rattling the window panes, as if the very house was warning me to leave. Yet, despite the fear creeping up my spine, I couldn't bring myself to step away. Something in that journal, something in those words, pulled me in deeper. I glanced at the door, still ajar, the chill of the outside air creeping in. I should have left then, should have gotten back in the car and driven away. But a part of me, no, a big part of me, was too curious. I had to know what was going on here. What happened to the people who lived in this place? Why had they left? The floor creaked beneath my boots as I walked further into the cabin, my eyes scanning every corner. The furniture, what was left of it, looked as though it hadn't been touched in years. Dust clung to the windowsills and cobwebs stretched across the ceiling like a spider's web, making the place feel even more claustrophobic. I opened the journal, the pages yellowed and fragile under my fingers. The handwriting was neat, but it was the content that made my stomach twist. The entries were cryptic, fragmented, speaking of a family trapped in the house, the walls closing in on them. Some parts mentioned shadows that moved, eyes watching from every corner. Others talked about whispers in the night, voices that weren't human, that didn't belong. One entry caught my eye, dated just a few days before the house had been abandoned. We've seen it again. The thing in the woods. It's not safe here. We're leaving. But they never did they? The house had been left to rot, and the family vanished without a trace. There was no sign of their departure, no indication of what happened to them. The house was empty, but the air felt alive, as though something or someone was still here. I set the journal down, glancing around once more. The room I was standing in felt colder, the shadows deeper. There was a darkened hallway ahead, leading further into the cabin. I should leave, but that whisper of curiosity again tugged at me. I took a step, then another, my feet carrying me toward the hallway against my better judgment. The floor creaked louder now, the sound echoing in the silence. As I reached the hallway, I felt a draft brushing past me, a coldness that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand on end. I had to fight the instinct to turn around, to run back outside into the safety of the open road. But I couldn't. Not yet. I took another step and then another until I reached a door at the end of the hall. It was half open, the hinges squeaking as I pushed it gently with my fingertips. The room inside was small, almost claustrophobic. The walls were bare, except for a single cracked mirror hanging on the wall. The glass was fogged over, making it impossible to see my reflection clearly. My breath hitched as I stepped closer, wiping at the misty glass. As the fog cleared, my reflection finally emerged, disheveled, pale, but it was mine. But there was something wrong, something off about the reflection that made my pulse quicken. For a split second, I thought I saw someone behind me, a figure, tall, dark, with no features, just a shadow. I whipped around, my heart racing, but there was no one there. The room was empty. I laughed nervously, trying to shake off the chill that had settled in my chest. Maybe it was the isolation, the fear of being in this old, decaying place for too long. Maybe I was imagining things. But the feeling, the overwhelming sensation that something was watching me, refused to go away. I stepped back from the mirror, glancing around the room again. Nothing else seemed out of place, but I couldn't shake the thought that the house wasn't as abandoned as it seemed. There was something here, something that had never left. I backed away slowly, leaving the room and making my way toward the front door. But as I passed through the hallway, I noticed something I hadn't seen before. A trapdoor barely visible in the corner of the room, its edges obscured by dust and shadows. The journal had mentioned a secret, a hidden place beneath the house. Could this be it? The air in the room grew heavier, thick with a tension I couldn't explain. The trapdoor creaked as I knelt beside it, my fingers brushing against the cold metal latch. My instinct screamed at me to leave, to get in the car and drive as fast as I could away from this place. But the pull, the same one that had led me to the cabin in the first place, drew me closer to the door. With a deep breath, I turned the latch and lifted the door. The darkness beneath was complete. I stared into the pitch-black abyss beneath the trapdoor, my heart pounding in my chest. There was no light, no hint of what lay below, and yet I felt an overwhelming compulsion to go down there. It wasn't logical, it wasn't safe, but I couldn't help myself. Something called me to explore the unknown, to uncover whatever secrets this house had hidden for so long. I stood there, frozen for a moment, trying to calm my nerves. The air felt thick, suffocating, like the weight of the house itself was pressing down on me. The wind outside had picked up, howling louder than ever, and I could almost feel the house groaning in response to the storm. A part of me wanted to run, to lock the door behind me and never look back. But the other part, the curious, reckless part, urged me forward, closer to the trapdoor. I reached down, feeling along the edge of the opening. My fingers brushed against something cold and smooth, an old ladder that had been hidden for years. I hesitated for a moment, the decision weighing heavily on me. Was I making a mistake? Could I get out if I wanted to? Or would I be trapped like those who came before me? But the thought of turning back was unbearable. I needed to know what was down there. With a deep breath, I lowered myself onto the ladder, the metal groaning under my weight. The steps were slick with years of neglect, making every move feel precarious. As I descended into the darkness, I felt the temperature drop sharply, the air growing colder and heavier with every step. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up, and I shivered involuntarily, but I couldn't stop now. The ladder seemed to stretch forever, each step feeling like it was taking me deeper into the bowels of the earth. My flashlight flickered, casting long shadows that danced eerily on the walls. I was only a few feet down, but the sensation of being underground was overwhelming. The world above felt distant, far away, and I had no idea what I was walking into. Finally, my feet hit solid ground, and I stepped off the ladder. I shone the flashlight around, but the beam barely cut through the darkness. The room below was vast, larger than I expected, with low ceilings that gave the place a claustrophobic feel. I was surrounded by shelves and old crates, all covered in layers of dust. There was no sign of life, no indication of what had once been stored here. I moved cautiously, the beam of my flashlight dancing over the strange artifacts. Some of the crates were open, their contents spilling out. Old books, rusty tools, odd trinkets that looked like they belonged in a forgotten museum. My footsteps echoed through the space, and with each sound, the sense of unease grew. It was as though I was disturbing something that had been undisturbed for far too long. The walls were lined with strange symbols, painted in red, faded by time, but still unmistakably there. I felt a chill run down my spine as I traced my fingers over the symbols, unable to shake the feeling that they were watching me, that they knew I didn't belong here. My mind raced with possibilities. Could this be some sort of ritual space? A hidden part of the house that had been abandoned for reasons I was only beginning to understand? I moved deeper into the room, my flashlight flickering with each step. The air felt thick, almost suffocating, and I had to fight the instinct to turn around and run. There was a dark corner at the far end of the room, and my feet moved on their own, pulling me toward it. I didn't want to look, didn't want to find whatever lay in the shadows, but I had to. There was no turning back now. As I stepped closer, the beam of my flashlight landed on something that made my heart stop. A wooden chest. It was old, the wood warped and cracked with age, but there was something about it that drew me in. The chest was adorned with more symbols, and the air around it felt heavy, as though it was guarding a secret too dark to be revealed. I couldn't explain it, but I knew that whatever was inside that chest would change everything. I reached out, trembling as my hand hovered over the lid. The room seemed to close in on me, the temperature dropping even further. My breath came out in shallow gasps, my pulse racing. The chest seemed to hum, an eerie sound that I could almost hear in my bones. I didn't want to open it. I wanted to leave. But the curiosity, that damned curiosity, wouldn't let me stop. With a creak, I lifted the lid. As the lid creaked open, a wave of stale air rushed up from the chest, filling the room with a sickly, almost rancid scent. I recoiled instinctively, my stomach turning, but my curiosity outweighed my disgust. I had come this far, and I had to know what was inside. The flashlight trembled in my hand as I directed the beam into the chest. The light revealed an array of strange objects, old books bound in cracked leather, tarnished metal trinkets, and what appeared to be bundles of old, yellowed paper. But the thing that caught my attention, the one item that seemed to stand out among the rest, was a small, intricately carved box, hidden beneath everything else. The box was no larger than a shoebox, but it was made of dark wood with carvings that seemed to move in the light, twisting and shifting as though they were alive. My heart skipped a beat. There was something undeniably wrong about it. It radiated a sense of foreboding, and I couldn't shake the feeling that whatever was inside this box had been waiting for me, had been waiting for someone to discover it. I reached for the box, my fingers trembling as I lifted it from the chest. It felt heavier than it looked, as though it carried the weight of centuries, of lost knowledge and untold secrets. The carvings on the wood seemed to twist under my touch, growing darker and more intricate the longer I held it. My pulse quickened, and the air around me felt charged, like the room itself was alive, watching me. I stared at the box in my hands, unable to look away. I could hear the storm raging outside, the wind howling and the rain pounding against the house as if it, too, was trying to force its way inside. The house seemed to groan under the weight of a storm, its old bones creaking and shifting, but I was too absorbed in the box to notice. I slowly, almost reverently, set the box down on the ground, my fingers still lingering on it, as if I couldn't quite bring myself to let go. It seemed to pulse with energy, its presence almost suffocating. The air had become thick, oppressive, and I realized I was holding my breath, as if afraid to disturb the silence that had settled over the room. I knew I shouldn't open it, that I should leave before whatever was inside could escape, but I couldn't stop myself. My hands moved of their own accord, reaching for the box again. I ran my fingers along its surface, tracing the intricate patterns carved into the wood. Each groove felt like it was pulling me deeper, drawing me into something that I couldn't comprehend. The more I touched it, the more I felt a strange connection, like the box was calling to me, begging to be opened. I glanced over my shoulder, half expecting someone or something to be standing behind me, watching me. But there was nothing, just the darkness of the room and the faint glow of my flashlight. Taking a deep breath, I lifted the lid of the box, bracing myself for whatever lay inside. The moment the lid opened, a rush of cold air swept through the room, so intense that I staggered back, almost losing my balance. The light from the flashlight flickered and sputtered, casting strange shadows that seemed to dance along the walls. A strange, otherworldly sound filled the air, like a low hum, a vibration that seemed to come from deep within the earth itself. The box was empty. At least, that's what it appeared to be at first. I blinked, staring into the box, confused. There was nothing but blackness, a deep, impenetrable void that seemed to swallow the light from my flashlight. But as I looked closer, I saw something faintly glimmering at the bottom of the box, something small and metallic, barely visible in the shadows. I reached in, my hand trembling as I fished around for the object. My fingers brushed against something cold and smooth, and I pulled it out, holding it up to the light. It was a ring, an old, tarnished silver ring, engraved with strange symbols. The symbols were unlike anything I'd seen before, twisting and curling in ways that didn't make sense. I turned the ring over in my hand, examining it closely. The symbols seemed to shift as I looked at them, the light playing tricks on my eyes. The ring was heavy, much heavier than it should have been, and it gave off an odd, almost magnetic pull. I could feel it in my bones, a strange energy thrumming beneath my fingertips. It was then that I noticed the whispers. They were faint at first, just a soft rustling sound, like the wind moving through the trees. But as I held the ring, the whispers grew louder. They were indistinct at first, like a language I couldn't understand, but then they became clearer. And with the clarity came an overwhelming sense of dread. "Take it," the voice seemed to say, its tone cold and insistent. I froze, my heart hammering in my chest. The voice wasn't coming from anyone around me. It was inside my head, echoing in my thoughts. I looked around the room, but I was alone. The whispers grew louder, more urgent, but I couldn't make myself put the ring down. Something inside me, some deep, primal instinct, told me that I had to keep it. I didn't know why. I didn't understand it, but I had to keep it. I stared at the ring in my hand, unable to let it go. The whispers in my head had faded, but their presence lingered, a dark, persistent hum that seemed to vibrate through the air around me. The room was still, but it felt wrong, like the very walls were closing in, pressing in on me with every passing second. The storm outside raged on, but its noise felt distant now, as if I was in a bubble, separated from the rest of the world. I looked down at the ring once more, the strange symbols still swirling in the dim light. It felt heavier than ever, as if the weight of it had doubled in the time I had been holding it. It wasn't just the physical weight, It was something else, an intangible burden, like a shadow clinging to my soul. I wasn't sure what it was, but I knew one thing for certain. I couldn't leave without it. I had to take it with me. Shaking my head, I tried to clear my thoughts. What was I thinking? This was insane. I didn't even know what the ring was or why it felt so powerful. But it didn't matter. I had already decided. The ring had chosen me. And somehow I had chosen it. I slipped it onto my finger. The cool metal felt smooth against my skin, but as soon as it settled into place, something changed. A jolt of energy surged through me, unlike anything I had ever experienced before. It was as if a current had passed through my body, electric and unsettling, making my heart race and my breath hitch in my throat. I stumbled backward, almost falling as the room seemed to tilt for a moment, and I grabbed onto the chest to steady myself. The moment my hand touched the chest, a cold, invisible force seemed to wrap around me. I couldn't breathe. The walls seemed to close in even tighter, the air thickening until it felt like I was suffocating. The storm outside had intensified, the winds howling so loudly that I could hardly hear myself think. But in the back of my mind, through the chaos, I could hear a voice, faint but clear. "It's too late now," the voice whispered. I spun around, looking for the source of the voice, but I was alone. My heartbeat thudded in my ears, and the feeling of being watched washed over me once more. I wasn't just in this room anymore. I felt like I was somewhere else, somewhere darker. I had to get out of here. The house was pressing in on me, its very walls closing in, suffocating me with its age and secrets. But no matter how much I tried to move, my legs felt rooted to the spot, as if the very ground beneath me was holding me still. The storm outside seemed to be raging at full force now, the sound of rain slamming against the windows like 1,000 fists. The power flickered, then cut out entirely, plunging the house into darkness. I could feel my pulse quicken as I strained my eyes, but the darkness was absolute. I fumbled in my pocket for my phone, but when I pulled it out, the screen was blank. No signal, no connection to the outside world, just the darkness and the suffocating weight of silence. I took a deep breath, trying to steady myself. Panic had begun to creep in, but I fought it back. I couldn't let fear control me. I had to keep it together, had to figure out what was going on before I lost my mind entirely. With shaky hands, I reached for the ring again. As my fingers brushed the cool metal, I felt a surge of something deep within me, something I didn't understand. It was like the ring was alive, pulling at something inside of me. I stared at the strange symbols etched into its surface, trying to make sense of them, but they were just as incomprehensible as before. A sudden crack of thunder shook the house, and in that instant, I felt it. A pull, a sensation deep within my chest, as though something was calling me. No pulling me. I wasn't in control anymore. It was as if the house, the ring, everything around me was dictating my every move. The floor beneath me seemed to shift, the boards creaking ominously. The walls groaned, and I heard something, someone moving in the shadows. I wasn't alone anymore. I felt them, watching me, waiting. I turned quickly, my breath shallow and ragged, but there was nothing there, just the darkness, thick and oppressive. "You shouldn't have taken it," the voice whispered again, closer this time. It wasn't a whisper anymore. It was a presence speaking directly into my mind. My legs shook, and I stumbled toward the door, pulling it open with every ounce of strength I had left. The hallway stretched out before me, dimly lit by the flickering light of an old bulb. The air in the hallway was different. It was colder, as if the house itself was trying to freeze me in place. I ran. I didn't care where I was going. I just needed to get out. My heart was pounding in my chest, the sound deafening, my thoughts scattered, racing. I could feel the weight of the ring pulling me back, calling me toward the dark heart of the house. I couldn't stop myself. No matter how much I tried to resist, the house was in control now, and I was just its puppet. The house felt endless. No matter how many rooms I passed through, each hallway led me to another. The air was thick, almost suffocating, and the weight of the ring on my finger was like an anchor, pulling me deeper into this nightmare. It wasn't just the house that was alive. It felt like everything around me was watching, waiting. The shadows seemed to twist and writhe in the corners of my vision, too quick to follow, but always there, just out of sight. I didn't know where I was going. The house was a maze, its winding corridors and dark rooms turning into a blur. My steps echoed in the silence, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was following me. I glanced over my shoulder, half expecting to see a figure in the hallway behind me, but the space remained empty. Still, I could feel its presence, the cold, unseen thing stalking me through the darkness. I stumbled forward, my breath coming in sharp, shallow gasps. I had to keep moving. I couldn't stop. I wasn't even sure what I was running from anymore, but I had to escape. Had to, before whatever it was caught me. The walls creaked again, louder this time, as though the house itself was groaning under some unseen weight. The very foundation of this place felt like it was shifting, moving beneath my feet. I froze, straining to listen, but there was nothing. Only the distant sound of the storm outside, muffled by the thick walls of the house. I turned another corner, hoping for some kind of exit, but instead, I was met with a door. It was unlike any I'd seen before, a heavy wooden door, its surface carved with intricate, swirling patterns. It looked out of place, ancient, almost as if it belonged to another time. I hesitated for only a moment before my hand reached for the knob, the cold metal sending a jolt through my arm. As soon as I touched it, the door swung open with an unsettling creak. Beyond it was a small, dimly lit room. The air inside felt different, thicker, colder, like stepping into a tomb. I took a step inside, and the door slammed shut behind me, the sound echoing off the walls. My pulse quickened as I spun around, but there was no sign of anyone. The room was empty, or so I thought. In the center of the room was an old, cracked mirror. The frame was gold, tarnished with age, but it still reflected the light, albeit dimly. I felt drawn to it, an invisible force pulling me closer with each step I took. My reflection seemed off. I wasn't sure why, but it felt wrong. The image of myself in the mirror seemed distorted, twisted somehow, like the person staring back at me wasn't really me. I reached out almost against my will, my fingers trembling as they hovered just inches from the glass. The moment I touched it, the reflection in the mirror shifted. My own face warped, contorting into a grotesque, unfamiliar version of itself. And then the voice returned. "You can never escape," it whispered, the words seeming to seep from the mirror itself. I jerked my hand back in shock, but the voice only grew louder, more insistent. It was inside my head now, a buzzing hum, like a swarm of insects buzzing just out of reach. My mind raced, my heart pounding in my chest. I turned and ran, stumbling over my own feet as I raced back toward the door. But when I reached for the knob, it wouldn't budge. The door was locked, trapped. Panic set in as I tried again, this time with more force, but it was useless. The door wouldn't open. "You are mine now," the voice said again, colder, closer. It wasn't just a voice anymore. It was everywhere. It filled the room, the air, the very space around me. The walls seemed to close in, and I could feel the weight of a house pressing down on me, like a vice slowly tightening around my chest. I stumbled back, colliding with the mirror. But this time, when I touched the glass, something was different. The surface felt soft like wet clay, and as I pressed against it, my reflection seemed to ripple, distort, and then it moved. I pulled my hand away in horror, but it was too late. The reflection of myself in the mirror wasn't my own anymore. It was something else, something that looked like me, but wasn't. The eyes were too dark, the smile too wide, the skin too pale. And then, before I could react, the figure in the mirror stepped out. I froze, unable to move as the creature, if that's what it was, stepped forward into the room with me. It was my face, my body, but it was wrong. It wasn't me. It was something else, something twisted and dark, like a shadow cast from the deepest part of the house itself. It reached toward me, its hand stretching, and I knew that I couldn't escape. Not anymore. The ring on my finger burned with an intense, fiery heat. The pain shot through me like a lightning bolt, and I screamed, dropping to my knees as the creature's hands closed around my throat. I gasped for air as the creature's hands tightened around my neck, squeezing the breath from my lungs. Panic surged through me, my body fighting against its cold grip, but I couldn't escape. Its fingers felt like ice, and the world around me began to blur, the edges of my vision fading to black. I was suffocating, trapped in a nightmare that felt all too real. With every ounce of strength I had left, I reached up to grab its hands, trying to pry them away, but my efforts were futile. It was as if I was locked in some cruel, unending battle, my body growing weaker by the second. The cold air of the room turned to a choking heat, as if the very walls were closing in on me, suffocating me from all sides. The creature's face, the distorted, twisted reflection of my own, smiled. It wasn't a smile of triumph or glee. No, it was something darker, something more sinister. The eyes, black as coal, glinted with malice, and I could hear it whispering in my ear, a voice that was both mine and something else entirely. "You are nothing," it hissed, its breath cold against my skin. "You're just a shadow, a hollow shell." The world around me swirled, spinning faster and faster. I couldn't make sense of anything. The room seemed to stretch and contract, the walls warping like the surface of a pond disturbed by an unseen force. The creature's grip on me never faltered, its hands unwavering as it held me in place, its body pressing into mine like a weight that I couldn't shake. But then, just as the darkness threatened to consume me, something inside me snapped. I don't know what it was, whether it was fear, desperation, or something deeper, primal. But I felt it, a surge of power coursing through me. With a guttural scream, I shoved the creature away from me, my hands breaking free from its grip. I collapsed to the floor, gasping for air, my chest heaving as I tried to steady my breathing. I wasn't sure how I did it, but I had managed to break free. For a moment, all I could do was lay there, disoriented and dizzy, trying to regain my bearings. The room was still, the oppressive weight of the air lifting ever so slightly. But I knew it wasn't over, not by a long shot. I scrambled to my feet, my hands trembling as I looked around the room. The mirror was no longer reflecting my image. It was empty, the surface a dull, lifeless glass. But I knew better than to think I was safe. The creature had come from there, and it could return at any moment. The door still wouldn't open, but now it seemed like there was something else, something in the corner of the room, partially hidden by shadow. I couldn't make out what it was, but I could feel it. The air around it was thick, like it was charged with some kind of energy, a presence that I couldn't ignore. I hesitated, unsure whether to approach it or flee the room entirely. I took a step toward the darkened corner, my heart pounding in my chest. As I moved closer, the shadows seemed to shift, moving almost as if they were alive, pulsating with each step I took. My instinct screamed at me to turn and run, but something deeper, something inside me, compelled me to keep moving forward. And then I saw it, a figure standing in the corner of the room, its body cloaked in darkness. It was tall, impossibly tall, its features hidden beneath the heavy shadows. I couldn't see its face, but I could feel its eyes on me, cold and piercing. Before I could react, the voice, the same voice that had taunted me before, spoke again. But this time it was different. It was deeper, more forceful, and it was coming from this figure. "You think you can escape this place?" it rumbled, its voice like gravel grinding against stone. "You are already a part of it. You always have been." The words sent a chill down my spine. I felt like I was being pulled deeper into the abyss, like I was no longer in control. Every instinct in me screamed to run, to get away, but I couldn't. My body was frozen, my legs unwilling to move, as if they were bound to the floor by some invisible force. "This is your fate," the voice continued. "And now you will stay here, trapped in this place forever." I shook my head, desperate to deny it, to fight against whatever this place was. But deep down, a part of me knew that the voice was right. This house wasn't just a house. It was something else entirely, a prison, a trap, a twisted reflection of everything that had brought me here. And now I was a part of it. I closed my eyes, the weight of the situation crashing down on me, suffocating me. But then, as if on cue, I heard something. A sound, faint at first, but growing louder with each passing second. It was the faintest echo of footsteps, slow and deliberate, approaching from the hallway beyond. I wasn't alone in the house anymore. I wasn't sure whether it was a person, a figure, or something else entirely, but I knew one thing for sure. I wasn't getting out of here unscathed. Whatever was coming, I had to face it head on. There was no escape now, only survival. The footsteps grew louder, each step a steady, unrelenting beat against the silence of the house. I could feel my heart hammering in my chest as I turned, slowly, to face the door. The dim light in the room flickered once, casting long shadows across the walls, making the room feel even colder than before. I held my breath, waiting. The sound of the footsteps continued, but it was hard to tell how far away they were. They seemed to be getting closer, but at the same time, I couldn't shake the feeling that they were coming from all directions at once. It was like the house itself was alive, and the footsteps weren't just the sound of someone walking. They were the sound of the house itself moving, shifting, changing. I tried to steady my breathing, but it was hard. The air felt thick, heavy, as if it was pressing down on me from all sides. The shadows in the room seemed to stretch and move, twisting and warping as if they were alive. The feeling of being watched, observed, was overwhelming. I wasn't alone. I hadn't been alone since I stepped foot into this house, and I knew that now, more than ever. I took a cautious step backward, my body tense, ready to run if I needed to. But as I moved, the temperature in the room dropped. I could see my breath fogging in the air, and I could feel the cold creeping into my bones, seeping into my skin. I glanced back at the dark corner of the room, where the figure had stood just moments before. But it was gone. There was no trace of it now, just the shadows that continued to stretch and twist as if something was hiding in them. I turned my attention back to the door, the footsteps growing louder, more insistent. Whoever, or whatever, was out there was getting closer. I had no choice. I had to face it. I reached out and grabbed the doorknob, but it wouldn't turn. It was locked, just like before. I slammed my shoulder against the door, but it wouldn't budge. I cursed under my breath. I was trapped. There was no way out. A low, guttural laugh echoed through the house, sending chills down my spine. It wasn't just a laugh. It was a sound that seemed to reverberate through the very walls, crawling under my skin, making my hair stand on end. It was familiar, too familiar. It was the same laugh I had heard earlier, when the creature had first appeared in the mirror. "You're not going anywhere," The voice hissed from the other side of the door, sending a chill down my spine. I froze. The voice wasn't coming from just the door anymore. It was everywhere. It was in the walls, in the floorboards, in the air. It was as if the house itself was speaking to me, its very structure alive with malice and intent. "You've already lost," it continued, its voice dripping with contempt. "There's no escaping now. You're mine." I backed away from the door, my hands trembling. My mind was racing. I had to think. There had to be a way out, some way to escape this place. But I couldn't think straight. My thoughts were muddled, clouded by fear and panic. Suddenly, the door behind me creaked open, the sound deafening in the silence. My heart skipped a beat as I spun around, but there was no one there. The hallway beyond was empty, completely empty. But I knew that something was there, watching me, waiting for me to make my move. The house felt like it was closing in on me. The walls seemed to be getting smaller, pressing in from all sides. I could feel the weight of it, the suffocating pressure that was slowly driving me mad. I turned back to face the hallway, but the shadows there were thick, darker than anything I had ever seen. I couldn't see what was waiting for me in the darkness, but I could feel its presence, like a looming threat that was just out of sight. I stepped forward, my legs shaking with each step. The floor creaked under my weight, the sound echoing through the empty hallway. I could feel the air growing colder as I moved deeper into the house. I wasn't sure where I was going, but I had to keep moving. There was no turning back now. I passed door after door, each one closed and lifeless. The house was silent, except for the faint sound of my own footsteps and the occasional creak of the floorboards. It felt like I was walking through a maze, each hallway twisting and turning in ways that didn't make sense. I reached the end of the hallway, where a door stood slightly ajar. The faintest sliver of light leaked through the crack, casting an eerie glow on the floor. My instinct screamed at me to turn back, but I didn't. I couldn't. Something was drawing me forward, pulling me toward that light. I pushed the door open, and the air shifted. It was warmer in this room, almost suffocatingly so. The room was empty, but the atmosphere felt thick with an oppressive presence. The walls were covered in dark, peeling wallpaper, and the only furniture was an old, rickety chair in the center of the room. As I stepped inside, the door slammed shut behind me, trapping me in the room. The light flickered once, casting long, distorted shadows across the walls. And then, as if from nowhere, a figure appeared in the corner of the room. I couldn't see its face, but I could feel its eyes on me, cold and unfeeling. It was tall, impossibly tall, and its presence seemed to fill the entire room. I could feel it closing in on me, the air growing thicker with each passing second. "Welcome." The voice rumbled, its deep timbre filling the room. "You've made it this far, but this is where it ends." The laughter faded, but the sense of something looming, something watching, remained. I was paralyzed, caught in a moment that felt as if time itself had stretched into infinity. The air was colder now, but it wasn't the kind of cold you could just feel on your skin. It was a cold that crept under your flesh, down to your very bones, freezing you from the inside out. I stood there in the silence, my heart hammering in my chest. My breath was coming in shallow, panic gasps, and I knew that if I didn't act soon, I wouldn't be able to keep it together much longer. I turned my gaze back toward the door, the one that had closed behind me with an unnatural force. The knob, still locked, looked as if it mocked me, daring me to try again. I ran my fingers along the edges of the door, feeling the rough texture of the wood. There was no way out, no escape. The house had made that clear. But then something caught my eye, something that hadn't been there before. On the floor beside me, half hidden beneath a layer of dust, was a small, crumpled piece of paper. I knelt down to pick it up, my fingers trembling as I unfolded it. The paper was old, the edges frayed and yellowed with age. The writing was faint, but the words were unmistakable. Find the map. It's the only way out. I could hardly believe what I was reading. A map? A way out? Was it some kind of trap? My mind raced, but there was no time to dwell on doubts. I had to find it. If there was even a chance, I had to take it. I scanned the room, searching for any hint of what the paper could mean. My eyes landed on the chair in the center of the room. It looked ancient, its wood warped and cracked, but there was something about it, something off. As I approached it, I noticed a strange symbol carved into the backrest, the intricate lines of it faint but visible. It almost looked like a map, or at least a key to something else. I sat in the chair, trying to steady my breathing. There was a pressure in the air that I couldn't explain, like the house itself was waiting for me to make my move. The symbol seemed to pulse, almost as if it was alive, drawing me in. With trembling hands, I traced the lines of the symbol. As my fingers made contact, I felt a sudden jolt, a sharp, electric shock that shot up my arm. I jerked back, startled, but the shock quickly faded. And then something happened. The room seemed to shift, the walls groaning as though they were bending and stretching. The floorboards creaked beneath me, but I couldn't pull away from the chair. My body refused to move, as if the chair itself had a hold on me. A distant rumble echoed through the house, and I knew then that whatever I had triggered had set something in motion. The pressure in the room grew heavier, suffocating. I could feel the walls closing in, the shadows in the corners of the room thickening, but there was no turning back now. A faint whisper, barely audible, came from somewhere within the walls. "You found it. Now you must follow it." The words were cryptic, but there was no mistaking the urgency in them. The map. I had to find it. The house was changing, responding to my every move, and I knew that if I didn't act quickly, the house would consume me whole. The door behind me creaked once again, this time not from some unseen force, but as if it were beckoning me, like it knew that I had made the first step toward my escape. I had no choice but to stand and follow. Whatever was waiting on the other side of that door, I had to face it. The map was somewhere in this house, and I would find it, even if the house itself tried to stop me. I took a deep breath, pushing the fear down. I had no choice but to move forward. The door beckoned, its creaks growing louder, as if calling me into the unknown. Every fiber of my being screamed at me to run, to find a way out. But the pull toward the door, the map, was stronger. I couldn't explain it, but the house had already drawn me in, and there was no turning back. My hand reached for the doorknob once more. This time, it turned with ease, almost too easily, as if it were inviting me in, urging me to step through. I hesitated, my mind a storm of questions and doubts, but the faint whisper from the walls still lingered in my ears. "Follow it." I pushed the door open. The air outside the room felt different, thicker, colder, yet alive with an unsettling energy. The hallway stretched before me, darker than before, as though the house was tightening its grip, pulling me deeper into its depths. Shadows moved at the edge of my vision, dancing and twisting, but I couldn't focus on them. My mind was fixed on one thing, the map. I had no idea what I was looking for, or even where to begin, but I knew I had to find it before the house swallowed me whole. I stepped into the hallway, the floorboards groaning beneath my weight. My every step was muffled, as if the house itself were trying to silence me. The walls closed in, growing narrower with each step, and I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched, hunted. At the end of the hallway, a single light flickered above, casting long shadows along the walls. The faintest glow of something caught my eye, a glimmer in the dark, just out of reach. I turned to face it, my heart pounding, but when I moved toward it, the light flickered once more and then vanished. plunging the hallway back into darkness. I froze. Something wasn't right. That light, it felt like it was leading me somewhere, but I didn't know where. But as I stood there, a sudden noise, soft, almost imperceptible, broke the silence. A low hum vibrating through the floor beneath my feet. I couldn't pinpoint the source, but it felt as if the entire house was coming alive around me. The walls seemed to pulse, breathing, alive, with some dark intention. The noise grew louder, then faded, only to be replaced by a new sound, a faint scraping, as if something was being dragged across the floor. My breath caught in my throat. I didn't dare move, but the sound kept coming closer and closer, until it stopped just behind me. I turned around, heart in my throat, but the hallway was empty. There was nothing there, nothing but the oppressive darkness, and the weight of silence pressing down on me once more. The hairs on the back of my neck stood on end, and I couldn't shake the feeling that something was very, very wrong. I needed to keep moving. Whatever it was, whatever had been dragging itself closer, it wasn't going to let me stand still for long. With a quick, nervous breath, I forced myself to walk forward again, deeper into the hall, toward the unknown. I couldn't stop now. I didn't know how much time I had left before the house would claim me entirely. At the end of the hall, there was a door. Not just any door, but one that looked strangely out of place, ancient yet new, covered in strange symbols. Symbols I couldn't recognize, but felt somehow connected to the mysterious map from the note. This was it. This was the map's destination. I stepped forward, drawn to it like a magnet. My hand shook as I reached for the doorknob, the cold metal biting into my skin. The door creaked open slowly, almost unwillingly, revealing a dark room beyond, one that seemed to pulse with an unnatural energy. Inside, the walls were covered in more symbols, some of them carved into the stone, others painted in dark, almost liquid red. And in the center of the room, resting atop an ancient pedestal, was a small wooden box. It was intricately carved just like the symbols, with a faint, golden glow emanating from its seams. The map. It had to be in that box. But as I stepped closer, the temperature in the room dropped, and the shadows on the walls seemed to stretch further, darker. I could feel the air shift, thickening with each breath I took. Whatever was in that box, whatever power it held, I had no idea if it would be the key to my escape or the final trap. I took a deep breath, trying to steady my nerves as I continued to search the room. My mind raced, the pressure mounting with each passing second. There had to be something, anything, that could help me figure out what was going on here. Why was I being trapped in this house? Why was it alive? And why was it trying to destroy me? As I moved around the room, my eyes scanned the walls, the floor, even the ceiling, looking for any hint of a way out. But there was nothing. The oppressive atmosphere felt like it was closing in, suffocating me with every breath. The figure from before, the one that seemed to loom behind me in the darkness, had disappeared, but the fear was still there, thick in the air. Then, out of the corner of my eye, I saw it. A glimmer, something small, barely noticeable. A piece of paper, tucked into the crevice between the wall and the floor, just out of reach. I froze for a moment, unsure whether it was real or another trick of the house. But my instincts told me this was it. This was what I had been searching for. I quickly moved toward it, my hands trembling as I reached down to pull the paper free. As I unfolded it, I realized what it was: a map. But not just any map, a map of the house. It was old, faded, the edges tattered and worn. But the layout was clear, each room labeled, the corridors marked, and a single red X near the center. I had found the map, but as I studied it, a sense of dread washed over me. The X was in a room I hadn't seen before, a hidden room, perhaps, one that wasn't visible from the hallway. The realization hit me like a jolt of electricity. I had been walking around in circles. I had been trapped in the house, but this map showed me the way out. There was a chance, a slim one, that I could escape this nightmare. But the more I looked at the map, the more I realized something else. The red X wasn't just a marking for a room. It was a symbol of something far worse. It was as if the house had been waiting for me to find this map, to lead me to that very spot. And now that I had it, I knew I had no choice but to follow its instructions. I folded the map carefully, shoving it into my pocket. As I turned toward the door, I could feel the house watching me, listening to my every move. The walls seemed to grow even closer, pressing in from all sides. The footsteps I had heard earlier had stopped, but I knew they weren't gone. They were waiting for me. With the map in hand, I took a tentative step forward. The hallway stretched out before me, the darkness seeming to deepen with every step I took. The air was thick with tension, and the weight of the house pressed down on me like a suffocating blanket. I couldn't go back. There was no other choice. I had to find the room marked on the map. With the map clutched tightly in my hand, I made my way down the hallway, the faint light from the flickering lamp above casting long, stretching shadows across the floor. Every step seemed to echo louder than the last, as though the house itself was listening, waiting for me to make a mistake. The air was cold, thick, with an oppressive presence that seemed to grow heavier with each breath I took. The map was clear, showing the path to the hidden room, but the journey there felt anything but straightforward. Each turn I took only seemed to lead me deeper into the maze-like corridors, the layout of the house defying all logic. The walls felt as though they were closing in, shifting, bending the space around me. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched, that something, someone, was just out of sight, waiting for the right moment to strike. The sound of my own footsteps was drowned out by the steady, rhythmic thumping in my chest, my heart racing faster as I neared the location marked on the map. At last, I reached a dead end. The hallway ended at a wooden door, its surface old and weathered, with strange, faint markings etched into it. The door seemed to pulse with a subtle energy, as though it was alive, reacting to my presence. I reached out, my fingers brushing against the cool wood, and for a brief moment I hesitated. The map had led me here, but the air felt heavier than ever, as if something on the other side of that door was waiting, watching, ready. Without another thought, I turned the handle and pushed the door open. The hinges groaned, the sound echoing in the silence as the door creaked open, revealing what lay beyond. The room was dark, the only source of light coming from a single, dim bulb hanging from a ceiling. The space was small, cramped, with walls that seemed to close in even tighter once I stepped inside. But it wasn't the size of the room that unnerved me. It was the atmosphere. The air was thick with something I couldn't quite name. It felt as if the room was holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. At the far end of the room, a small pedestal stood in the center, bathed in the weak light. On it, a small, ornate box sat, its surface covered in intricate carvings that seemed to shimmer in the dim light. The box was the only thing in the room that seemed to matter, and yet there was an overwhelming sense that it wasn't supposed to be touched. Hello everyone, I am Mr. Phantom, and I'm here to help you rest. But before you close your eyes for the night, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to the channel. Also, where are you from, and what time is it for you? Now, make yourself cozy and relax. I slid into the driver's seat of my car, the cool leather feeling familiar under my fingertips. There's something I've always loved about the quiet moments before a long drive, the calm before the road stretches out ahead of me, full of potential and mystery. I'm James, 38 years old, and I've always been the kind of person who enjoys planning things to the smallest detail. This trip had been in the works for months, a much-needed escape from the daily grind. The sky was still painted in shades of deep purple and orange, the sunrise just beginning to light up the horizon. I glanced at the dashboard clock, 7:30 a.m. I was ahead of schedule, which, for me, was rare. Normally, I would have found myself rushing to get everything together, but today felt different. I felt organized, in control. It was a good feeling. As I pulled out of my driveway, the world seemed to welcome me with open arms. The streets were quiet, the usual hum of the city barely a whisper in the distance. The car's engine purred softly, and the smooth, familiar hum of the tires against the pavement seemed almost soothing. It was the perfect morning for a long drive. The car was stocked with all the essentials: snacks, water, my favorite playlist queued up, and a full tank of gas. I've always believed in being prepared. I pulled onto the highway, the vast stretch of road ahead of me offering a sense of freedom. I rolled down the windows a little, letting the fresh air flood the car. The breeze was crisp and cool, a gentle reminder of the changing seasons. I passed through the first few miles without much thought. The landscape was mostly flat at first, dotted with small farms and scattered houses. It felt peaceful, almost idyllic, the sort of drive you could get lost in if you weren't careful. The music played softly in the background, a mix of upbeat tunes that matched the rhythm of the road beneath me. For a moment, it felt as though the road could stretch on forever, leading me wherever I wanted to go. The radio station was my favorite, the voice of the DJ familiar and comforting as it came through the speakers. I didn't mind the quiet moments of silence between songs, where I could let my mind wander. The DJ's voice was easy to listen to, offering tidbits of news and a sense of connection to the outside world. Even as I drove further into the quiet, seemingly endless stretch of highway. After about an hour, I pulled off to the side of the road, deciding it was time to stop for gas. I hadn't realized how low my tank had gotten until the gauge flashed a warning. The gas station was small, nothing more than a few pumps and an old convenience store. The attendant, a middle-aged man with a worn face, greeted me as I pulled up. "Morning," the man said, offering a tired smile. "Morning," I replied, nodding as I stepped out of the car to fill up. I didn't engage much in small talk, preferring the solitude of the open road to the chatter of strangers. The attendant wasn't much of a talker either, busying himself with the pump while I stood by, waiting for the tank to fill. The low hum of the pump filled the air, mixing with the distant sounds of birds and the occasional passing car. Once the tank was full, I paid for the gas and climbed back into the car. I adjusted the mirrors, making sure everything was in place, and set my sights back on the road ahead. The sun was higher in the sky now, the orange hue turning to a bright yellow. The warmth of the day seemed to wrap around me, and for a moment I allowed myself to relax, sinking into the comfort of the journey. The road ahead seemed to stretch on without end. I passed small towns, none of them particularly memorable. Each was a blur of buildings, roads, and fields, with little to distinguish one from the other. I didn't mind. It was the solitude of the drive that I cherished, not the destinations along the way. I noticed the sky beginning to change, dark clouds rolling in from the distance. The weather had been predicted to be clear for the day, but as the clouds gathered, I couldn't help but feel a slight sense of unease. A storm was coming, and although I didn't mind driving in the rain, the idea of being caught in a downpour on unfamiliar roads didn't sit well with me. I glanced at the rearview mirror, but the road behind me was clear, nothing but the occasional car passing by. As the storm loomed closer, I decided to pull off at the next exit, figuring I could find a place to take shelter until the worst of it passed. The exit led me down a winding road, the kind of road that seemed to stretch on with no real destination in sight. I followed the signs, hoping to find a gas station or a diner where I could wait out the storm. The road became narrower, the trees lining both sides thickening, casting long shadows over the asphalt. It wasn't long before the GPS, which had been working flawlessly so far, started to glitch. The screen flickered for a moment, showing an odd route, before returning to its usual display. I didn't think much of it. The GPS was reliable, at least it usually was, and I assumed it was just a minor technical glitch. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off, as if the road ahead didn't quite match what I'd expected. The GPS recalculated the route again, showing a new path that seemed to twist and turn in directions I hadn't anticipated. I frowned, unsure of where this new road was leading me. The storm was getting closer, and the once clear skies were now overcast, dark and ominous. I wondered if I should just turn back, but the road behind me had already become unclear, swallowed by the thickening trees. I slowed down, unsure of whether to continue forward or pull over. There was nowhere to turn around, no safe place to stop. The road seemed to stretch on endlessly, curving into an unfamiliar darkness. The sound of my tires against the road grew louder, almost deafening in the quiet, and I began to wonder if I had made a wrong turn somewhere. But there was something else, something different in the air now, a faint, distant sound, almost like a heartbeat, steady and strong. It pulsed through the room, cutting through the chaos like a lifeline. I clung to it, my mind grasping at the sound like a drowning man clutching a rope. The shadows continued to shift around me, their movements erratic and unnatural. They seemed to be reaching for me, pulling at the edges of my vision, as though they wanted to drag me into their world of darkness. I could feel their cold presence creeping closer, inch by inch, and for a moment I thought I could see faces within them, familiar faces, twisted and distorted, their eyes pleading for help. I shut my eyes, trying to block out the images, trying to block out the horror that was unfolding before me. But the heartbeat, steady, relentless, pounded in my ears, louder now, drawing me toward it. I could feel it pulling me forward, urging me to move, to escape the suffocating fog that threatened to consume me. With a desperate gasp, I forced my legs to move. They were slow at first, reluctant, as if they were being held back by some unseen force. But the heartbeat, so close now, gave me the strength to push through the fog. I stumbled, my body shaking with fear, but I refused to stop. I had to reach that sound, had to find the source of it, or else I would be lost forever. The mist swirled around me, blinding and cold, but I pushed on, each step a battle against the house's grip on me. The shadows seemed to twist in protest, but they couldn't stop me. Not now. The heartbeat was so close now, so real, and with each pulse, I felt a little bit more human again, a little less like the prisoner I had been moments before. I reached out into the mist, my hands trembling as I searched for something solid, anything that could give me direction, a way out of this nightmare. My fingers brushed against something cold, metal, smooth and unyielding. I grasped it, pulling myself closer, and realized with a shock that I had found something. A door, a real door hidden in the mist, its surface cold and ancient beneath my touch. I felt a surge of hope rise in my chest, but it was quickly extinguished by the voice that echoed in the distance. It was still there, watching me, waiting for me to make a mistake. "You can't leave," the voice rasped, its tone filled with venom. "This is where you belong. You can't escape me." But I didn't care. I had found the door, and I wasn't going to let it slip away. I slammed my shoulder against it, forcing it open with a strength I didn't know I had. The mist, the shadows, the voices, they all screamed in protest, but I didn't stop. The door creaked open, revealing a dimly lit corridor beyond. Without looking back, I stepped through the door, the sound of the house's fury echoing in my ears. I didn't know where this path would lead or if it would even take me out of this place, but it was a chance to escape, to break free from the nightmare that had trapped me here. The door slammed shut behind me, And for the first time in what felt like forever, I was alone. The mist had cleared, and the oppressive weight of the house was gone. The air felt lighter, more breathable, but I knew better than to let my guard down. I took a deep breath and looked around. The corridor stretched out before me, its walls lined with old, faded portraits and dusty furniture. It seemed like an ordinary hallway, until I realized the truth. This wasn't over, not by a long shot. I could feel the pulse of the house still lingering in the air, like an unseen force watching me from the shadows. The corridor ahead seemed endless, stretching further than I could see, and yet it was as if it had always been there, waiting for me, calling to me. The portraits on the walls were unsettling. Their faces were blurry, distorted, as if the people in them had been captured at the exact moment they were ripped from reality. Their eyes, though, those eyes, followed me, unblinking, never leaving my sight. It was as if they knew something I didn't, something they weren't telling me. I shook off the feeling, telling myself to keep moving, to keep going forward. I couldn't afford to be distracted by the past, not now. I had to find the end of this maze. But the walls, oh, the walls, they were closing in, or at least they felt like they were. The farther I walked, the more oppressive the atmosphere became, and the coldness crept back in, seeping into my bones once again. I glanced down at my hands, surprised to see that they were shaking. My breath came in shallow gasps, and I could feel my heart racing. Fear, real, gnawing fear, was creeping up on me again. It was different from before, though. Before, I had been terrified of the unknown, of what was happening. But now I was terrified of what I might find. The house had already shown me its horrors, but I knew there was more, much more, lurking just out of sight. The corridor seemed to stretch on forever, the air growing thicker with each step I took. I was beginning to doubt my own perception. Was I walking in circles? Had I passed the same door over and over without realizing it? My mind was racing, and the house seemed to toy with me, toying with my sense of direction, making me question everything. Suddenly I stopped. There, in the distance, I saw a faint light, a soft glow, barely perceptible. It was coming from a doorway at the end of the hall, its edges glowing with a strange, ethereal light. My first instinct was to run toward it, to seek the safety it promised, but something inside me hesitated. The light, it didn't feel right. It was too perfect, too inviting, like a lure designed to pull me in. The whispers began again, louder this time, more urgent, and I could feel their pull. "It's a trap," they hissed in unison, their voices now a chorus of warning. "You'll never escape. You'll never be free." But I couldn't stop myself. The light called to me, and with each step, the rest of the world seemed to fade away. The oppressive weight of the house lifted with every inch I covered, and I began to think that maybe, just maybe, this was the way out. Maybe the house was finally giving me a chance to leave. I reached the doorway, my hand outstretched, and in that moment I felt a cold hand grip my wrist, jerking me back. I stumbled, gasping for breath, and turned around to find nothing there. The corridor was empty, completely empty, but the air had shifted again, darker, heavier. The light flickered, then dimmed, and the whispers stopped abruptly. A sudden, deafening silence fell over the house. Then I heard it, a sound that froze me to the core. A door opening, but there was no one there. The light, still flickering, began to pulse, slowly at first, and then faster. It was as if the house was alive, its heartbeat echoing through the walls, pulling me deeper into its labyrinth. I was no longer sure if I was in control, if I was still the one making decisions. I could feel my pulse quickening as I stepped forward again, but this time my steps felt heavier, as if the house itself was resisting my every movement. And yet the light called to me, beckoning, drawing me closer to the truth, or whatever twisted version of truth awaited me on the other side. I took one more step. The map was now in my hands, its surface warm under my fingers, pulsating with an energy that seemed to thrum in time with my heartbeat. I turned it over, trying to decipher the strange symbols and markings, but they made no sense. The lines twisted and curled like a language I didn't know, a language that seemed to belong to a time and place far beyond my comprehension. I could feel the whispers growing louder, circling around me like a swarm of insects, crawling through my mind, feeding on my fear. The words were fragmented, disjointed, like a language not meant for human ears. And yet they felt familiar, as though they were speaking to something deep within me, something I couldn't name. The air was growing colder, and the shadows in the room seemed to stretch longer, moving as if they had a life of their own. The walls, the very space around me, began to warp, distorting like a mirage, and I felt myself being drawn deeper into the heart of this house, into whatever dark force had taken hold of it. But I couldn't stop. I had to understand the map. I had to know what it wanted from me. I spread the map out on the pedestal, the surface flickering with an eerie light. The symbols were shifting, changing as though the map was alive, reacting to my touch. I traced one of the lines with my finger, and the moment I did, the air around me seemed to snap like the tension before storm. A sound, faint at first, began to rise, a low, growling hum that vibrated through the very floor beneath me. It was as if the house itself was waking up, shifting, becoming something more than just walls and rooms. I stepped back, instinctively pulling away from the map, but the hum grew louder, more insistent. The shadows on the walls were no longer just shadows. They had taken shape, coalescing into forms, figures tall and indistinct, moving just on the edge of my vision. Their presence filled the room, pressing in on me, suffocating. I knew I had to leave. I had to get out of here before whatever force was awakening claimed me, too. But the map wouldn't let me go. The lines on its surface began to glow brighter, pulsing with a terrible rhythm. The whispers reached a fever pitch, filling my mind with visions of places I couldn't recognize, places that didn't exist in the world I knew. And then one of the figures stepped forward. It was tall, its form barely visible in the shifting shadows, but I could feel its eyes on me, piercing through me like ice. I couldn't move. My body was frozen, locked in place by the sheer weight of its gaze. The figure spoke, its voice like gravel scraping against stone, deep and resonant. "You've seen it now," it said. "There's no turning back." I wanted to scream, to run, to fight, but I was trapped. Trapped by the map, trapped by the house, trapped by whatever had been waiting for me all this time. The figure took another step forward, and the shadows around it deepened, swallowing everything in their path. The map on the pedestal began to burn, its symbols glowing so brightly that they lit up the entire room with a blinding light. I shielded my eyes, but it didn't help. "You are part of it now," the figure said. "The house has claimed you, and it will never let you go." The air felt thicker now, suffocating, as I stood in the shadowy room. My breath came in short gasps, my mind racing. The figure had spoken. "There's no turning back." The words still echoed in my ears like a grim chant, a promise of something far darker than I had ever imagined. I had to escape, but the house was no longer just a building. It was alive, watching me, waiting for me to make the wrong move. The map pulsed on the pedestal, its lines glowing brighter and brighter, each symbol now a living entity in itself. Every step I took felt heavier, like the very floorboards were conspiring against me. The house was closing in, its dark corners pushing forward, stretching like fingers that wanted to drag me back into its depths. I knew I couldn't stay here. But where was I supposed to go? The hallway outside felt just as oppressive, the shadows whispering threats as I moved. I glanced around, seeking something, anything that could help me. That's when I saw it. A door. I hadn't noticed it before. Small, tucked away at the end of the hall, barely visible in the dim light. I ran to it, my heart pounding in my chest. The handle was cold to the touch, but I didn't hesitate. I twisted it and pushed, my mind filled with nothing but the need to escape. The door opened with an eerie creak, revealing a narrow, winding staircase that descended deeper into the earth. It felt wrong, so wrong, but it was the only way forward. I stepped through, the door slamming shut behind me with a finality that sent a chill through my spine. The air grew colder the farther I went, and the shadows seemed to dance at the edges of my vision, their forms ever-changing, growing taller and more menacing. I descended further, unsure of what awaited me at the bottom. But there had to be something, some way out. I couldn't go back. Not now. Not after everything I had seen. At the base of the stairs, I stumbled into a small, dimly lit chamber. The walls were covered in strange markings, symbols I didn't recognize. They seemed to pulse with the same rhythm as the map, as if they were connected to it in some way. The air in here was thick with an oppressive energy, and I could feel the presence of something, someone watching me. I wasn't alone. A figure stepped out of the shadows, tall and indistinct, its form barely more than a blur. My heart skipped a beat, and I froze. It was the same figure from earlier, the one that had warned me, the one who had claimed the house would never let me go. Its voice was low, gravelly, as it spoke again. You can run, but you cannot hide. The house owns you now. I tried to move, tried to take a step back, but my body wouldn't obey. The shadows were closing in again, pulling me toward the figure. The walls seemed to press in, narrowing the space. The floor beneath my feet felt unstable, like it could give way at any moment. Then, just as I thought I couldn't breathe another second, something inside me snapped. I couldn't stay here. I couldn't let this house take me. I gathered every ounce of strength I had left and pushed against the pull, forcing myself to move toward the opposite side of the chamber. The figure didn't move. It didn't need to. The house itself seemed to move for it, the walls and floors shifting with a sickening sound. I was trapped, no way out except deeper into the house. But then something happened. The map. It was calling to me again, the symbols on its surface shifting, drawing my attention. I had no choice. I ran toward it, instinct guiding my hand as I reached out and touched the map, the eerie light flickering beneath my fingertips. The moment my fingers made contact, the air in the room changed. The shadows retreated, the oppressive weight lifting, and the figure froze. For a split second, I thought I saw a flicker of something like fear in its eyes. I didn't know if it was real or if I was imagining it, but I didn't care. This was my chance. I grabbed the map, its light pulsing in time with my heartbeat. And then, the house did something I wasn't prepared for. The ground beneath me shifted, opening up into a passage I hadn't seen before, one that led outward. It was a narrow gap, just wide enough for me to squeeze through. I didn't think, I just moved. With the map clutched tightly in my hands, I forced my body through, feeling the cold stone scrape against my skin as I crawled. The walls shifted again, but this time they were trying to push me out, not pull me in. I didn't stop. I couldn't stop. I pulled myself through the narrow gap, the air growing fresher, clearer as I made my way through the passage. I wasn't sure if this was the escape I had been searching for, but I knew I couldn't look back. The house was still there, still waiting. But now, just maybe, I had a chance to break free. I barely had time to breathe before the air in the passageway shifted again. The walls trembled, vibrating beneath my hands as I scrambled through the narrow gap. The map still pulsed in my grip, each beat of its rhythm sending a jolt through my body. It was guiding me, pulling me forward like an invisible force I couldn't resist, even though every instinct screamed for me to run in the opposite direction. I pressed on, squeezing through the dark tunnel. The flickering light of the map illuminated just enough of the path ahead, revealing jagged rocks that scraped at my skin and low-hanging vines that tangled in my hair. I felt like I was being swallowed by the house, the walls closing in with every movement, but still I pushed forward. The passage was winding, twisting in ways that defied logic. It felt endless, as if I was moving deeper and deeper into the earth, into the very bowels of the house. The further I went, the colder it became, the air growing thicker with each step. My breath came in ragged bursts as I fought the overwhelming sensation of being trapped, as if the walls themselves were trying to squeeze the life out of me. But I couldn't stop. I couldn't give up now. I was close, closer than I had ever been before. The house might have been trying to pull me back, but this time I was fighting it with everything I had. And then, just as I thought I couldn't go any further, the passage widened. The walls shifted again, opening up into a cavernous space. It was a room, but not like any room I had seen before. The air was thick with dust, the floor covered in cracked stone tiles, and above me, a faint light glowed from an unknown source, casting long shadows across the room. I stumbled into the center of the chamber, my legs shaking, my mind reeling. The map in my hand had gone still, its pulsing light fading as I looked around, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. The room was filled with strange symbols carved into the stone, much like the ones I had seen earlier. They covered every surface, swirling patterns that seemed to move when I wasn't looking directly at them. The air was heavy with an unnatural stillness. And then I heard it, a sound so faint I thought I had imagined it at first. A whisper, a voice like the faintest rustling of leaves in a breeze. It came from the far corner of the room, where the shadows were deepest. I couldn't see anything, just darkness, but I knew it was there, something watching, something waiting. I took a cautious step forward, my hand trembling as I held the map. The whisper came again, louder this time, like a voice calling me forward. It wasn't in any language I knew, but I could understand it, feel it deep in my bones. "Come closer," it said. The voice was hollow, distant, like it was coming from the very walls of the room. I froze. The words were familiar, but there was something wrong about them, something that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. This wasn't an invitation, it was a command. I didn't want to move. Every part of me screamed to turn and run. But the map was still calling to me. It felt like it was vibrating in my hands, urging me forward. The shadows shifted again, and I could feel the weight of the room pressing down on me. Whatever this place was, it wasn't normal. It wasn't of this world. The whispers grew louder, more insistent, and I knew then that I had no choice. I had to see what was in the corner. I had to understand what the house wanted from me. I took another step forward, my heart pounding in my chest. The shadows seemed to reach for me, as if the room itself was alive, the darkness hungry, ready to consume me. But still I walked. The air felt colder now, biting at my skin as I reached the edge of the room. The whispers were all around me, and I could feel them crawling under my skin, making my blood run cold. And then, as I stepped into the darkness, everything went silent. For a moment, I thought I had gone deaf. The oppressive weight of the air disappeared. The whispers stopped. The light in the room flickered and then dimmed completely, plunging me into total darkness. I couldn't see anything, couldn't hear anything, but I felt it. A presence, a power, something ancient, something vast, watching me, waiting for me to make my next move. The map in my hands was shaking again, its light flaring to life in the void. It pulsed wildly, as if it was struggling against something far stronger than itself. And then, in the deepest corner of the room, I saw it. A figure, tall and indistinct, standing just beyond the reach of the light. I could see its eyes, or at least I thought I could. They glowed with an unearthly intensity, piercing through the dark like twin stars. The map in my hands burned, its light intensifying, and the figure moved. Slowly, deliberately, it stepped forward into the light. The house was no longer just a house. The crack in the wall grew wider as I approached, and the light beyond it beckoned like a distant promise of freedom, something I hadn't felt in what seemed like an eternity. My pulse quickened, adrenaline surging through me as I fought the urge to freeze, to turn around and give in to the house's dark, suffocating presence. Every fiber of my being screamed to run, but the light, dim and flickering, but still undeniably there, pulled me forward. It felt like the only thing that could save me now. I stepped cautiously toward the gap, my feet dragging across the cold, uneven floor. It was as if the house itself was trying to hold me in place, 1,000 invisible hands reaching for me, pulling me back into the darkness. The shadows, thick and hungry, lashed out like tendrils, swirling around me as I pushed onward. But I didn't stop. I couldn't. The light ahead was my only chance. The house groaned, its voice deep and guttural, vibrating through the floorboards and into my bones. The air around me grew heavier, suffocating, as if it were pressing in from all sides. The walls seemed to close in, and for a moment I thought I might not be able to squeeze through the narrow crack at all. But the light, faint but insistent, shone brighter with every step I took, as if it were encouraging me, pulling me closer, promising that there was still hope. With each step, the shadows tried to push me back, reaching for my ankles, my arms, my throat, but I kept my eyes on the crack. The figures, those distorted, terrifying shapes that had haunted me since the moment I set foot in this place, were moving again, just out of the corner of my vision. They were closer now, their presence like an oppressive weight on my chest. I could feel their eyes on me, watching, waiting for me to slip up, but I refused to let them win. The map, which I had barely managed to keep a hold of, pulsed in my hands, its symbols glowing faintly through the darkness, guiding me. It seemed alive in my palms, a burning warmth that contrasted sharply with the cold, dead atmosphere of the house. It was my lifeline. The map had to be leading me somewhere. If I could just make it through the crack, I could escape. I had to. I could hear the whispering again, but this time it was different. It was louder, more insistent, like the walls were speaking to me, urging me to stop, to turn back. But I couldn't. I couldn't let the house consume me. Not when I was so close. The gap in the wall was still too small, and my breath caught in my throat as I reached it, feeling the jagged edges of the crack press against my skin. For a moment, I hesitated, wondering if I would fit, wondering if this was just another trap, another false hope. But I couldn't waste time thinking. The shadows were getting closer, their forms shifting like smoke, as if the very air around me was becoming their playground. I dropped to my knees, crawling toward the crack, ignoring the pain in my limbs, the way the house seemed to vibrate beneath me. The walls trembled with each movement, a deep hum vibrating through my bones as the darkness writhed around me. I had no choice. The crack was the only way out. I reached my arm through the gap first, feeling the cool, smooth surface beyond. It was a different kind of cold, not the oppressive, suffocating cold that the house had been pressing down on me with, but a welcoming chill that seemed to offer relief. I pulled myself forward inch by inch, the walls pressing in on me from both sides, the shadows biting at my heels. My breath came in ragged gasps, my body trembling with exhaustion, but I pushed on. The crack widened, just enough for me to slip through. And then, as if by some miracle, I was through. I tumbled into the next room, the floor beneath me solid and firm. For a brief moment, I just lay there, gasping for air, trying to collect myself, try to make sense of what had just happened. The sounds of the house, its groaning, its whispering, its ever-present hum, faded away, replaced by an eerie silence. It was almost peaceful, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was still with me. Something was watching, lurking just beyond the edges of this new space. I slowly pushed myself to my feet, my legs weak and unsteady, and looked around. The room was small, much smaller than the ones I'd been trapped in before, but it felt different. The air was less thick, the shadows less oppressive. I could see the walls clearly, their surfaces unmarred by cracks or unnatural distortions. The floor was made of smooth wood, worn down with age, but not decayed or rotting. It wasn't much, but it was something. I turned around, searching for a way out, but the walls seemed to close in behind me. No doors, no windows, just solid, impenetrable surfaces. I was in another room of the house, but it didn't feel quite the same. It was like I had crossed some threshold, like I had stepped into another part of the house that was less alive. I heard it then, the faintest sound of something moving in the shadows, a shift in the air that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. I wasn't alone. Not yet. Not here. I had no illusions that I was safe. The house had a way of making you think you were, only to reveal its true nature when you least expected it. I didn't know if this room was a trap, but I couldn't just stand here. I needed to find a way out. I had to keep moving. I turned away from the shadows, forcing myself to walk toward the far side of the room. The map pulsed in my hands, guiding me forward, its light flickering with each step I took. It seemed to know something I didn't, as though it was alive, responding to the very fabric of the house, reacting to the dark force that still held me within its grasp. But the map was more than just a guide. It was a tether, a connection to something greater, something that wasn't of this world. I had no idea where it would take me, but I couldn't stop now, not when there was still a chance. And so I pressed on, step by shaky step, the shadows shifting in the corner of my eye, the faint whispers still hanging in the air. I wasn't free yet, but the light, faint though it was, kept me going. It was my only hope. I kept moving forward, each step feeling more uncertain than the last. The shadows didn't just cling to the corners of the room anymore. They had become part of the very air itself. The atmosphere was thick, stifling, pressing down on me like an invisible weight. I could feel it in my chest, a suffocating, almost tangible force that made it hard to breathe. My lungs burned with each ragged inhale, but I kept moving, my eyes fixed on the faint light ahead, the only thing that seemed real in this increasingly warped world. The map, still clutched tightly in my hands, pulsed with an eerie rhythm, almost like a heartbeat. It flickered intermittently, its symbols shifting and warping in time with the darkness around me. I could feel it. The map was reacting to something, responding to the house's strange energy. But what was it trying to tell me? Was it leading me to safety or deeper into the heart of whatever nightmare this place had become? My feet stumbled over the uneven floor, and for a moment I thought I saw something move in the darkness ahead, an indistinct shape, just a flicker at the edge of my vision. I froze, my heart leaping into my throat. It was impossible to tell if it was real or just another trick of the house. The air around me seemed to warp and twist, distorting the light and making the shadows stretch unnaturally long. But I couldn't stop. I couldn't stand still. If I did, the house would take me again. I had to keep going. The floor beneath me creaked ominously, sending a shiver up my spine. The sound was too familiar, too unsettling. I glanced down at my feet, watching the wood beneath me groan under my weight. The floorboards seemed to sag, as if the house itself were trying to swallow me whole, pulling me back into its dark depths. But the map in my hands burned hot, its pulse growing stronger with every step, urging me onward. The light ahead grew brighter, a flicker of hope in this suffocating darkness. My steps quickened, the shadows pressing closer as I moved. But the closer I got, the more distorted the world around me seemed to become. The walls appeared to bend, warping in ways that defied logic. I could feel the house pulling at me, as if it were alive, shifting its shape, trying to trap me in its endless maze of rooms. I tried not to think about it, tried not to imagine what was waiting for me in the dark. But I couldn't help it. The map, still glowing faintly in my hands, seemed to be urging me toward something, toward some destination, some conclusion. Was I getting closer to freedom, or was this all just part of the house's cruel game? I pushed the thought aside, focusing on the light ahead. It was so close now I could almost reach it. My hand shot out instinctively, and the moment my fingers brushed the edge of the light, something strange happened. The world around me seemed to crack, a sharp, painful sound echoing through the room. The air shuddered, vibrating with an almost electric energy, and the light in front of me flared, blinding white. I stumbled backward, disoriented by the sudden intensity. My eyes burned as the light swelled, filling the room, but something in the back of my mind told me this wasn't an escape. It wasn't the end. It was another test. The air around me thickened, the shadows growing darker, more oppressive. The light, though blinding, seemed to be a hollow, empty thing, a lure that would only bring me closer to the heart of the house. The map in my hands pulsed wildly, as if it were reacting to the change in the air, the shift in the house's mood. It was alive, alive in ways I didn't understand, a link to something far older, far darker than I could comprehend. I stepped back, my legs shaking with fear, my breath coming in short, desperate gasps. I couldn't trust the light. I couldn't trust the map. There had to be another way. I turned, looking around for another exit, but the walls closed in, the room shrinking with each passing second. The crack in the wall was gone. The light had disappeared. And now I was trapped again. This time it was different. There were no more doors, no windows, just walls, just the suffocating darkness. I was surrounded. The whispering started again, louder this time, a constant hum in my ears. It was all around me now, like a living presence, suffocating, pressing in from all sides. The map's glow faded, and the shadows grew deeper, darker, as if they were feeding off my fear. I could feel them reaching for me again, tugging at my mind, at my soul. But I couldn't stop moving. I couldn't give in. I had come too far, seen too much. The map had shown me a way out. I wasn't going to let it slip away now. I clenched my fists, the map still clutched tightly in my grip, and took another step, then another. The house groaned again, this time louder, as if it were trying to scream. But I didn't stop. I couldn't. The light, the map, the shadows, it was all part of the house's twisted game. But I was done playing. I was done being its pawn. With one final step, I lunged toward the wall, pushing against it with all my strength, desperate for anything, any way to escape the suffocating grip of this place. The map in my hands flickered one last time, its glow fading, and then nothing. The wall gave way beneath my touch, the shadows retreating as if they had never existed. I stumbled through the opening, gasping for air, my heart pounding in my chest. The house seemed to hold its breath, watching me, waiting, and I didn't look back. I collapsed into the space beyond the wall, gasping for air as if I had been underwater for hours. My legs trembled beneath me, barely able to hold my weight, but I didn't care. I had made it through. I had escaped. For the first time since entering this house, I felt a glimmer of hope. The air here, wherever here was lighter, fresher, as though the oppressive weight of the house had lifted just enough to give me a breath. I pushed myself to my feet, still reeling from a shock, from the overwhelming intensity of the house's pull. I looked around, trying to make sense of where I was. The walls were different, cleaner, the floor smooth beneath my boots. There was no ominous hum, no shifting shadows. It felt like I had crossed some boundary, leaving the nightmare behind. But even as I stood there, still trying to shake off the lingering fear that had clung to me in every room, I couldn't ignore the deep sense of unease that still thrummed through me. The house wasn't done with me. It wasn't finished. I turned in a slow circle, scanning the space. The room was small, almost cramped, but at least it felt like a place I could breathe, a place where the walls weren't closing in on me. There was a faint light coming from somewhere ahead, soft and steady, not the harsh, flickering glow of the map or the oppressive darkness that had followed me through the house. This light felt real, and yet, as I moved toward it, the sense of wrongness didn't leave. Every step I took, every breath I drew, seemed to echo in the silence around me. I felt as if I was being watched, though there was no one there. The map, still clutched in my hand, felt heavier now. Its once aggressive pulse faded into a dull thrum. The symbols on it had stopped shifting, but I couldn't shake the feeling that it was still alive somehow, still waiting. I stopped just before reaching the source of the light, a small doorway leading into another room. The door itself was different from the others I had encountered. It wasn't warped or decayed, but rather it looked pristine, like it had just been installed. The frame was made of dark wood, polished and gleaming, the light spilling through it warm, inviting. It was a stark contrast to everything I had seen in this house. But there was something else, something more. The moment I stepped closer, the light flickered. Just once, but it was enough to send a shiver up my spine. The air around me seemed to grow heavier again, thicker, as if the house had remembered me. I hesitated, a gut feeling clawing at me. This wasn't a way out. It wasn't freedom. This was another trap. I took a deep breath, trying to calm the frantic beating of my heart. My hands were shaking as I reached for the doorknob, but I gripped it firmly. There was no turning back now. I had come too far. The house couldn't control me anymore. At least, that's what I told myself as I twisted the knob and pushed open the door. The room beyond was unlike anything I had imagined. It wasn't a typical room in a house. It wasn't anything I could even describe. The walls were lined with shelves, but they weren't filled with books or anything tangible. Instead, the shelves were stacked with dozens of mirrors, large and small, some cracked, some perfectly smooth. They reflected nothing. The surface, so black it was, as if the mirrors were sucking in the light around them. I stepped inside, a sinking feeling crawling up my spine. This room wasn't just unsettling. It was wrong. Every mirror seemed to pulse with a life of its own, each one showing something different. Distorted faces, endless corridors, rooms that didn't belong. The reflections shifted like water, ungraspable, fleeting. It was as if the very fabric of reality was being twisted and bent by these mirrors. And then I saw it. At the farthest corner of the room, on the largest mirror, I saw something that made my blood freeze. It was me, but not me. The reflection in the mirror was my face, my body, but it was twisted, contorted in unnatural ways. The eyes were black, hollow, and the mouth stretched impossibly wide, smiling like something that had no business being in this world. The reflection tilted its head, as if studying me, and for a moment I was paralyzed, unable to move. But then, as if the reflection had grown bored, it spoke. "You're too late," it whispered. The voice was like a rasp, dry and cracked, like something ancient, forgotten. "You're already part of it." I stumbled back, eyes wide with terror. My heart pounded in my chest, and my breath came in short, panic gasps. This wasn't possible. This couldn't be happening. The room around me began to shift. The mirrors seemed to move, closing in, their reflections growing more twisted, more distorted with every passing second. The air grew thick again, suffocating, pressing in on me. The walls seemed to pulse, as if the house itself were alive, and it was watching me, waiting. I was trapped again. No escape, no way out. The reflection in the mirror smiled wider, its lips stretching far too far, and I realized, horrifyingly, that it wasn't just a reflection. It was me. It was my soul, or whatever was left of it. And then, as if summoned by the house itself, I heard the voice again, this time louder, more insistent. "You will never leave." I stumbled backward, my feet tangling as I tried to escape the suffocating grip of the room. The mirrors, the reflections, all of them. Everything felt like it was closing in on me, like the walls were bending toward me, ready to crush me under their weight. I didn't have time to think. There was only the raw, primal need to survive, to get out. But the door I had come through was no longer there. It had vanished, just like everything else in this house. I was surrounded by mirrors, reflections of myself, distorted and wrong, and each one seemed to leer at me with that same mocking smile. It was as though the house had consumed the room, had absorbed it into the twisted reality it had created. I turned in a circle, my breath coming faster now, panic setting in. There had to be another way out, another exit. But no, each mirror was a reflection of me, each one a piece of my soul twisted into something that didn't belong. It was the house. The house was doing this to me. It had taken everything, had stolen every ounce of my hope and turned it into something monstrous. I couldn't let it win. I couldn't let it take me completely. I stumbled toward the nearest mirror, my hands shaking uncontrollably. I didn't even know what I was doing anymore. The reflection in the glass smiled at me, that same twisted grin. But this time, something shifted. The face in the mirror wasn't just a reflection. It was moving. It was reaching out, pressing against the surface as though trying to get through. Its eyes locked onto mine, and for a split second, I saw something real, something human, in its gaze. A plea, a desperation. Was I seeing myself? Was that my own soul crying out, reaching for me? Or was it just the house's cruel trick, trying to break me down even further? I slammed my fist against the glass. "Let me out," I shouted, my voice hoarse, desperate. But the reflection didn't respond. Instead, it mirrored my every movement, and I realized too late that the reflection wasn't trying to escape. It was trapping me. The mirror began to distort, pulling and bending, stretching out like a black hole, sucking everything around me into it. The walls seemed to blur, the light flickering in and out of existence, and for a moment I lost all sense of direction. Time stopped. The world ceased to exist. I was no longer standing in the room. I was floating in something far worse, something far darker. And then, suddenly, everything went still. A calmness washed over me, unnatural and suffocating. It was a sharp contrast to the chaos I had been feeling, but I didn't trust it. I couldn't. The voice, the low, mocking voice that had followed me through every twisted part of this house, echoed in my mind again, louder now, clearer. "You cannot escape. You are part of it. You always were." I squeezed my eyes shut, fighting the words, fighting the overwhelming sense of dread that was beginning to seep into my bones. The room wasn't just a room anymore. The house had changed it, had turned it into something else, something that existed in between the cracks of reality. It was as though the very walls had become sentient, aware of me, and they were closing in, tightening their grip around me. But in that moment of calm, a new thought struck me, a whisper in the back of my mind. There was still a chance. The map. The map had led me here for a reason, and maybe, just maybe, It held the key to my escape. I fumbled for the map, my hands trembling as I unfolded it. The symbols were faint now, barely visible, but they were there, and they were still shifting. I could see the lines and curves, glowing faintly, like the pulse of something alive. I followed the lines with my finger again, tracing the path as I had done before. This time, the map didn't just glow. It reacted. The room seemed to shudder, and the mirrors, the reflections, seemed to waver, as though something had been disturbed. Something was shifting beneath the surface. The growling hum from before began to rise again, low and insistent, vibrating through the walls, through the floor, through my very bones. The shadows in the room seemed to stretch longer, reaching toward me, like tendrils of darkness coming alive. I didn't know what would happen next. I didn't know if the map would save me, or if it was just another cruel part of the house's game. But as the symbols on the map flared to life, I felt something change. The house was reacting to me. It was acknowledging me. I had to act fast. I grabbed the nearest mirror and slammed my fist into it, the glass shattering into 1,000 pieces. As the shards fell to the floor, I could see something else reflected in the broken pieces. The doorway. It was there, standing at the far end of the room, the way out. My only chance. I didn't hesitate. I sprinted toward it, not looking back. The pieces of glass began to move, the shards swirling around me like a storm, but I didn't care. The door was there. It was real. The moment I stepped through, the world exploded into light. The door creaked shut behind me with an unsettling finality, and I stepped into the room beyond. At first, it seemed like a reprieve, a change, a break from the endless maze of tormenting corridors. The room was vast, dimly lit by a pale, flickering light that came from somewhere unseen. I couldn't see any windows, yet the room was bathed in a strange, soft glow that seemed to pulse with a life of its own. I hesitated for a moment, the hairs on the back of my neck standing on end. There was something about the air, something unsettlingly still, like a breath held too long. The room was silent, save for the faintest hum that seemed to vibrate beneath the floorboards. Then I saw it. In the center of the room, a large wooden pedestal stood, covered in dust. On top of it lay the same map, the one that had haunted me, the one that had pulled me deeper into this madness. It looked unchanged, yet something felt different now. The symbols were darker, more distinct, almost like they were waiting for me to approach. I had to move forward. There was no turning back now. I stepped closer, my footfalls muffled by the thick carpet that covered the floor. The air around me grew colder, and I could feel the weight of unseen eyes pressing down on me. The whispers had returned, softer now, but no less insistent. "You've come this far. Don't stop now," they seemed to say, echoing from every corner of the room. My heart raced as I reached out, my fingers trembling as I touched the map. The moment I did, the world seemed to shudder around me. The walls, once solid, seemed to bend, and the floor beneath me groaned in protest. The symbols on the map flared to life, glowing with an eerie light that cast long shadows across the room. But then something shifted. The hum grew louder, more intense, and I felt my stomach drop. The room around me seemed to stretch and bend, like the very fabric of reality was being torn apart. The map pulsed in my hand, its surface rippling as though it had a heartbeat of its own. I jerked my hand back, but it was too late. The room had changed again. I was no longer standing in the same place. The air was thicker now, the shadows more oppressive. I looked around, panic rising in my chest. The room wasn't just a room anymore. It was something else. It was alive. I stumbled back, trying to find my footing, but the floor seemed to shift beneath me, as if the very ground was rejecting me. The map in my hand flickered once more, showing new, unfamiliar symbols. Symbols that weren't even on the map before. They glowed with an unnatural light, pulling my gaze toward them. Suddenly, the whispers grew louder, more frantic. You should have never come here. This is your end. You can never leave. You belong to the house now. I shook my head, backing away from the pedestal, but it felt like the walls were closing in. My breath caught in my throat as I tried to make sense of what was happening. I was trapped again. The house was shifting, rearranging itself, trapping me in its never-ending maze. The door I had come through slammed shut behind me with a force that rattled the entire room, and I spun around, heart racing. I tried to open it, but the handle refused to turn. It was as if the house itself had locked me in, just like it had done so many times before. Then, as if sensing my desperation, the shadows in the corners of the room began to move. They shifted, swirling together until they took on a form, one that was unmistakable, one that filled me with a sickening sense of dread. A figure stepped out of the darkness, tall and imposing. Its shape was distorted, its features hidden in the shifting shadows. But I could feel its presence, feel its cold gaze upon me, even without seeing its eyes. "You shouldn't have come back," the figure said, its voice low, gravelly, like the sound of rocks scraping against each other. "The house has already claimed you. There's no escape." I backed away, my mind racing, my body screaming for me to run. But there was nowhere to go. The room, no, the house, was alive. And it wasn't going to let me leave. Not this time. I backed away, my body trembling with panic, the cold presence of the figure pressing in on me. The room, no, the house, seemed to pulse, the walls warping and shifting with each breath I took. The whispers surrounded me, louder now, filling every corner, every inch of the space. I felt like I was drowning in their voices, lost in a sea of words that weren't my own. The figure in the shadows took another step forward, its form becoming more defined, more menacing. Its presence was suffocating, its voice like a weight on my chest, crushing me with every word. "You cannot leave," it said, its voice cold and final. "You belong to the house now." I shook my head, refusing to accept it. I wouldn't let this be the end. I had come too far, suffered too much. There had to be a way out. I looked around desperately, searching for any sign of an escape. The shadows seemed to close in, and my breath quickened, my heart hammering in my chest. That's when I saw it, a flicker of light in the corner of my vision, a soft glow coming from somewhere hidden within the maze of the house. It wasn't much, but it was enough. Without thinking, I turned toward it, my legs moving before my brain could catch up. The light called to me, a beacon of hope in the overwhelming darkness. I ran, my feet pounding against the warped floor, the walls twisting around me like they were trying to pull me back into their grasp. The whispers grew louder, more frantic, urging me to stop, to turn back. But I didn't listen. I couldn't. The light grew brighter as I pushed forward, my body aching from the effort. But the promise of freedom kept me moving. Each step was a battle, the air thick with the weight of the house's curse. But I fought through it. The light became blinding, the shadows around me retreating as I neared it. I reached out, my hand trembling. And then, finally, I stepped through. The air changed in an instant. It was fresh, cool, and free from the suffocating grip of the house. I blinked, trying to adjust to the new reality. I was outside. The night sky stretched out above me, the stars twinkling in the distance. The house, its oppressive presence, was no longer there. The voices, those maddening whispers, faded into nothingness. I stood there, gasping for breath, my heart racing. I had done it. I had escaped. But I couldn't shake the feeling that the house was still there, waiting, watching from somewhere deep in the shadows. I looked back just for a moment to see the house in the distance, dark, silent, and still. For the first time, I felt free. I turned away and took my first steps away from the nightmare, knowing the house remained silent and still, waiting for someone else to step into its grasp.